I think we're back. Sorry about that. My internet just died for no reason. Really, really, really frustrating. Yeah. That's a bummer. So I didn't get to sideboard. But at least we got in there and we can still play the rest of this match. I don't know if anybody's still here. But, yeah, if that happens again, I will be back. Just bear with me for a sec while my internet comes back up. It just goes out for like 10 seconds and then comes back. Really, really frustrating. I need to call Time Warner again. Sweet. Glad to see you're still there, Vandalier. Yeah, it's unfortunately the only cable internet provider / like high-speed internet I can get over here. It's funny because I'm in the middle of LA, but yeah, there's no like fiber optic option for me in my area. Otherwise, I'd definitely use that because I feel like Time Warner is the only one for like our whole neighborhood, and it's just like everybody must be using it at once sometimes, and then it just cuts out. Or I don't really know what's happening, but it's frustrating, I'll tell you that. Oh, really? They got rid of it in New York? Yeah, I used to have Time Warner in New York also. But unfortunately, once it does it once, it means it'll probably do it again throughout the day. I have some days where it never does it at all, like weeks at a time where it'll never do it, but then some days it'll just do it like every few hours. So if it does happen again, sorry everybody, but I will be right back. I'm going to try to fight through it today and just keep logging back in. Just give me like a minute or two to let it like reconnect. Ugh. Well, I don't think we're going to win this game. I feel very, very, very dead. And we didn't actually get to sideboard, which was kind of a bummer. Kind of want a tech edge so they can't tighten next turn. I think we're supposed to. Even though it feels pretty bad. Ooh. Alright, kind of wish we saved the tech edge for that, but... Ooh. Dahlia actually would have been kind of good. This is the list you're thinking about playing? Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. Especially if you expect some black-green in your metagame tonight. Definitely interested to see how your tournament goes, Paul. I don't see how we get out of this. I think I just want to scoop and go to game 3. They're at 17. Like, yeah, Mirror Crusader's great here. But they just have to play any land, and every card in their deck plays lands. We also don't have a way to deal with the Titan. Just going to put it up to 4, scare him a little bit, and then scoop. And make them maybe think that we have a 4-drop in our deck. Alright, so Forge Sanders were supposed to come in. Paths were supposed to come out. On Thin Ices were supposed to come in. And we didn't get really any information out of them from that. So maybe we just run it like this. Like, Light and Shadow's not great, but I don't know what else I want here. I guess Gideon speeds up our clock a tiny bit. Or maybe a considerable bit. Like, he does attack for 7 the second turn he's out. Which is pretty good. Or just Crusade. I mean, not Crusade, but Glorious Anthem. Crusade's only white creatures, and we actually do have non-white creatures in our deck. Showing my age a little bit, saying Crusade, right? I used to have a Sarah Angel, Savannah Lions Crusade deck in the 90s. If it tells you anything about my white weenie proficiency here, or affinity for white weenie. Yeah, let's just run it like this. This feels pretty good. Paths are okay against Titan, but like, check this out, Vandalier. They play the Titan, right? They go get Valakut, they go get a Mountain, or they get 2 Valakuts. So now we're pathing the Titan, which puts a Mountain into play and deals 6 damage to us or to our creatures. Path is not great. I mean, it's like sometimes good enough, but On Thin Ice is much better. And playing any path into a deck that just wants to get to 7 mana, 7 lands in play, is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Double Vial and a Sword of Fire and Ice. Nah. We gotta dump something here. I actually think Stoneforge is the worst, since we want to put Vial up to 3, and Crusader can be our beatdown card. Mind Sensor is a really good card. We just need something to protect Mind Sensor now, and we should be alright. But I think Stoneforge is not what we want here. Voxy, welcome to the stream, team. So I did not know Foil on Thin Ice got bought out. Not sure when that would have happened, Paul. A land would be good here. Alright. Don't blow up my Aether Vial, please. Mia Kev, welcome to the stream, team. My name's also Kev. We're gonna name Sakura Tribe Elder. I don't know what we're gonna name with the second one though. I guess we could name Clue. Because they probably have Tireless Tracker in their deck. Could also name like a random Planeswalker, like Chandra, Torch of Defiance. Or we could just wait and see what they do, which is obviously what we're going to do first. What do you got? Obstinate Baloth. That's why we want On Thin Ice. I think I'm just going to name Chandra Torture Defiance. Because I feel like they're most likely to have that. Iburakima, I remember you. Welcome back to the stream, team. Yeah, we absolutely would never want to path that Obstinate Baloth. I mean, unless Aven Mind Sensor was in play, then it's a little bit better. But is this on the stack yet? A little worried about this Mind Sensor getting bolted. I think it will. I wish we had a way to, well, they didn't bolt it there. Anger of the Gods would be a beating right now. No Anger of the Gods? Alright. We got a little lucky there. Another Mind Sensor, sweet. Colony Heart Expedition. Yeah, that's probably true. Just gonna grab Batterskull. Yeah, land into land would have been pretty sweet for sure. Prime time. This could be a problem. Excuse me? Did y'all see what just happened? They looked at the top 4 cards of their deck and found 2, not 1, 2 Valakits. Now, they're 2 mountains away from doing the thing. We have no way to interact with this prime time. We are the deadest, in fact. What? Mind Sensor, why are you so terrible? Why do you not have text? They only looked at the top 4 cards of their deck and found 2 of them. Sometimes Mind Sensor just might as well not be a card. I think we swing with everybody besides Stoneforge. Don't really care if they block one of the Revokers here. We just need to get some damage in and hopefully close the game out next turn. They go to 4. We have a Batterskull and a Mind Sensor. We might be able to close the game out. But they're gonna, I don't even know actually. They're about to deal like 27,000. Yeah, no, we're just dead. We're just totally dead. Ugh. Two Valakits off that Titan. At least they only hit 1 land off of it when they attacked, so I guess that helped a bit. Killing all our dudes, sure. Yeah, what's up, Brittleback? Yeah, Mind Sensor, not the best, but it's a card. Alright, so we should be able to get 4 in here. We could have this. What's this? Scape Shift? Another Primeval Titan. I wish it was Scape Shift. Whiff. Whiff. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could draw on thin ice, or yeah, I guess that's it. I guess it's just on thin ice. Summoner's Pact. Alright, now we don't have an out. Alright. Yeah, we don't have any outs now. Oh, now we do. Oh no, that's 9 damage. Now we're just dead. Never mind. That's just lethal. Alright. That was disappointing. But we didn't really get a game 2 because we didn't get to sideboard because of the internet dying there. So that's kind of a bummer, but happens. Woof, that double Valakut hit off the Primeval Titan into the Aven Mind Sensor. What can you do? What can you do? Sometimes your opponent is a champion. If anybody's got the champion emote, just throw it in the chat for me, please. I need a little condolences. Oh, Brittleback, I agree. I don't like Aven Mind Sensor. I am like fully off of it. Although it did win us game 1 because we had protection for Mind Sensor and our opponent just scooped. We had like Spellskite Mind Sensor. So it is very good against Scape Shift when they don't have their sideboarder removal. It's a lot of givers. And a Mind Sensor. And a Sarah Avenger that's pretty bad here because we can't cast it until turn 4. So I'm going to mulligan this hand. Ooh. Let's try that one. And we're going to bottom the Sophie. Cool thing about playing Stoneforge Mystic and the equipment package is that bottoming the equipment card is usually correct, so it makes your mulligan decisions really easy, and it's almost like you didn't mulligan. Sorta. Looks like Storm. That might be true, Brittleback, but we're going to try and find out. I do really like the Squawks and Taxes version so far. Also, I think this deck has legs. The package of like Thalia plus Stoneforge is a real thing in Modern. It's not as real as it is in Legacy because we don't have access to Wasteland and Port. We have instead Field of and Tech Edge. So quite a bit worse. You can also play Ghost Quarter, but yeah, that gets a lot worse without Arbiter in our deck. if we had the land package that Legacy has, then obviously Thalia and Stoneforge would be a wonderful place to start for Stoneforge Mystic. I do think the mid-range Stoneforge Mystic decks are good and definitely could be better than Death and Taxes builds, but I think you just have to build your particular version of your Stoneforge Mystic deck to the metagame you're expecting and to the cards that you feel like are good in the format right now. It's a tough place to start because currently the format's all over the place. It's the Wild West of Modern, right? Like, it's a brand new format. Anytime they change anything about a format, it becomes a brand new format, and these were 3 really big changes that they just made on Monday. So it's only Friday, friends. We're going to figure this out slowly. I know that Magic moves really quickly these days, and it's possible that we figure it out in like a week and a half. But even if it's figured out in a week and a half, that means you move from there, right? So it's like constantly evolving. And sure, like maybe right now mid-range versions are better, but maybe next week we find out what we need in the Death and Taxes build, and it's the best. And I mean, we went 5-0, 10-0 with a Death and Taxes build earlier this week, and that list just got posted. So yeah, I think there's a lot of room to explore, and saying like some things are better than others is very hard to determine right now. $5-0 today, hell yeah. That's true. That's true, naughty boy. The one thing always true about the format is they will always have turn 3 Karn. So our opponent's going to try and go off through a Thalia here and probably succeed. Oh, maybe just do a little bit of, just a little like value grape shot here, getting rid of our Thalia. Getting in for 2 with the Electromancer. I'd imagine they have, and an empty. Ooh, alright, that's a little more than a value grape shot. That's Goblin Tribal over there. Turn 3 through a Thalia. Dees, Storm, Dees. We're at 15. We can get a Batterskull, not next turn, but the turn after that. I guess we're supposed to cast the Stoneforge and Violin the other one. Going to 14. Wait. Does this even work? Are we just dead? Silent Clearing was not a great draw there. Oh, that was the other change I wanted to make to Spider Space's list, was trim one of the 4 canopy lands. They were kind of painful. Forgot to do that, so we're still playing 4 here. So we're gonna take 2, 4 plus 8 is 12, and going to 2. It's not great. Then we have to go to 1 to put the Batterskull into play. Yeah, this isn't great. I don't know if we can win, but maybe? It's like there's really few tax cards in Modern. I mean, then what are the tax cards in Legacy Death and Taxes? Like, it's Thalia. So I don't know what you're trying to say about that, Brittleback. Like, yeah, there's Sanctum Prelate, but that's like a one of maybe, and sometimes only in the sideboard. So yeah, I don't know. don't know what you're trying to say about taxes. I mean, taxes basically means Thalia. Yeah, I'm just not sure what you're saying about that. Huh. So we are able to chump. Wait, block one of these, chump one of them, take 8, gain 4, die. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah. I mean, Fanny Pack, you can play it like that. Yeah, it comes from there only being 2 things certain in life. Death and taxes. And back in the day, it was something in white weenie decks. Like in the 90s, like everybody always knew that they had to build a deck that could beat white weenie, because back in the day, Crusade was a card and Savannah Lions was a pretty good card. It was just a really efficient creature. So yeah, the taxes actually doesn't come from Thalia, which is a good point. Kikalik. I forget what the other thing was. It was like something in white weenie in Magic. There will always be, there are only two things certain in Magic, and it's like blue and white weenie or something like that. So we're going to bring in the Damping Spheres. Bring in the Forge Tenders, the On Thin Ices, Spirits 55. Sly, yeah, Boss Sly. Yeah, Sly and White Weenie. Yeah, that's what it is. Y'all are right. So yeah, all the like big brain control players always had to pack their deck with ways to beat Sly and White Weenie. And yeah, Death and Taxes gets its name from what being just a white weenie deck. This is just like the new white weenie. Yeah, I like Cage. I like Rips. I do like Batterskull and Sophie. Revoker doesn't really do anything. Mirror Crusader, this isn't the matchup for it. And Tomic doesn't do anything. I don't love Sarah Avenger either, although it does block their goblins pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, I think. Am I going to bust out the guitar again pretty soon? 4-color Copycat, Blue-Red Breach, Blue-Red Kiln Fiend, or Blue-White Stoneblade. I know you were into Copycat earlier. I think that could be a fun F&M option. I feel like most people won't know what you're doing, and you'll just win out of nowhere. So I think you'd have the most fun playing Copycat. Or that's what I would run. It sounds pretty fun. Naughty boy. Yeah, no, Brittlebag, I fully agree that you're saying a deck with a Stoneforge package plays differently. Yeah, no, it's 100% true, and I fully agree with you there. And yeah, you should definitely be trying to keep in mind what the best shell for that is. And if you're playing into the Stoneforge package as your main game plan, then yeah, mid-range makes more sense. So I fully agree with you there. I just think there's other avenues for exploration, and like the actual moniker you give your deck doesn't really matter. This has a D-Sphere, this has an On Thin Ice. I think we're going to keep it. Batterskull's not great, and Sarah Avenger as our only threat here is pretty awful, but D-Sphere plus 2 removal spells is like pretty good. We're just going to try it. Ew. That was maybe worst possible. I can't really. I guess a second Avenger, but we boarded out one of the Avengers. So I guess that was actually worst possible draw. Oops. So our Stoneforges now don't fetch anything. That's true. Yeah, fail to find. You're like, hey, good luck over there. Well, now we're live to draw planes and have a 3/3. So that's cool. Oh. So tell me about the flavor here. If we put Thing in the Ice on Thin Ice, does something weird happen where they still get the counters and they can still like break it out of the ice just for flavor purposes? Because I think that would make sense, huh? I kind of want to just path it because I want to cast Sarah Avenger next turn, unfortunately. So we don't get to find out if the flavor thing is going to happen or not. Yeah, because we just want to put a 3/3 out. Another one. All right, we're going to find out now. Ew. All right, let's attack first. Let's not play this the wrong way. We unfortunately can't cast On Thin Ice and Stoneforge this turn, so I almost want to just play Sword of Fire and Ice. It's wrong, but I almost do. Oh, it doesn't have counters on it. I guess we've got our answer here. No flavor in Moto. No flavor here. Somebody call the flavor police. If it's you, wake up, baby. You know it's got to be. Could have fielded them. I don't know how much that does for or against. They put no cards in their hand with pieces of the puzzle? Alright, so our earlier opponent got really lucky with 2 Valakits on the top 4 cards of their deck. This opponent missed with pieces. Just a whiff ski. That's crazy. Alright. I guess thinning out our deck might have been good with field. I guess we could still field and then Stoneforge here. Why not? I guess we're thinning out their deck too. It's like maybe not great. I don't want them to play a Reality Smasher next turn, so I'm actually going to hit Shivan Reef, I think. No. JK. Hey, that's not very nice. Anchor, welcome to the stream, team. Appreciate you. Whiff with the Stoneforge. Just a little shuffle. We just wanted to get a little shuffle on. Opponent knows our hand. Little squire action out there. Don't kill me. Don't kill me with all those lands. Alright. If we draw a land, we get to swing with Stoneforge. Ugh. Gross. Never mind. Oh. Man, Damping Sphere, you're hurting me more than you're hurting my opponent right now. Yeah, I guess it's just Forge Tender. I hope to draw a land next turn, and then Sophie equip. Although Thing in the Ice is likely to flip at some point. We're pretty far behind here. Nice numbers. Congrats on Mythic. What deck were you playing today? Super Friends again, yeah, cool. Seems like a pretty good standard deck right now. Sarkhan seems pretty powerful, especially when you're playing 3 fairy and turn it into a 5/5 flying dragon. Or 4/4? Yeah, 4/4. My mistake. Let's get in there, Forge Tender. Let's tend that Forge. Alright. It's very unlikely they don't flip their Thing in the Ice here and attack us for 7. Aria of Flame. I'll gain 10. That sounds good. They had the Total Recall draw. Have you ever done stand-up, Naughty Boy? Or are you just in it for the memes? That was a good draw. So we get to path the Thing in the Ice on their upkeep. Is that wrong? Because they'll flip it. Can we flip it in response to the trigger of it flipping? Or path it in response to the trigger? That's how it works, right? So the removal of the ice counter will go on the stack and we just path it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Unless they do it on our turn, in which case we're kind of screwed here. No! Oh, no. Alright. I guess should have maybe played around that. Should have maybe played around that. That's probably true, Yosois. Yosoi easy. Yosoi I am easy. Yeah, Yosoi easy. That's right, you stream. Glad you're hanging out. I like your stream. Guess we'll just upkeep path. I don't know if they're playing Remand or something. Get out of here, big boy. This is kind of an interesting game, actually. Like, we're still in it for sure. Rest in peace. Eh? We just play Giver and equip it with Batterskull, or play Burnt and Forge Tender and equip it with Batterskull right here. Is that crazy? It's 5 to equip. If we equip it with Sophie, then it can't get hit, and we can equip it with Batterskull next turn. Yeah. This plays around more things. And so now they can't really do anything about the Forge Tender. And playing Giver doesn't do a ton. So I think just Rest in Peace makes more sense. Even though we have to pay a life to play that. A little bit scared about what they could do with the graveyard. Yeah, actually, Forge Tender could save us from an Aria trigger. That's very true. Could save us from all the Aria triggers that turn. What's up, Cat Mix? So Anchor, I'm reading your thing here. A budget deck that's somewhat competitive / consistent where you can upgrade to a tier deck over time. Well, my general way to start in Modern depends on how budget you want to go. But if you don't mind picking up Ether Vials, then Black-White Eldrazi and Taxes with no Stoneforges would be a pretty good spot to start. It's budget, but it's not like ultra budget. Depends on how much you're willing to spend, I guess. Online, you can build it for under 200. In paper, I think it's like over 300. But I can show you my list and tell you what I would change for the new metagame right after this game. Let's go ahead and equip this Batterskull. And let's hope to win the game right here. Are you dead? Repeal the Batterskull. Alright. So now we can sack the Forge Tender if the Aria gets out of control here. Files are 50 now? Jeez. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to play. So I think upkeep, I might just... No, I guess they'd kill us on our turn, huh? Oh, jeez. It's doing 5. Drawing them a card. Alright. So, if I do it on upkeep, it doesn't work. Yeah, we just have to hope here that they're gonna go for it on our turn. Gonna move this over. And they scooped. All right. Whew, that was a sweat. That was a sweat. Also, Ratchet Bomb should be in our deck against Empty the Warrens. Also decent against Thing in the Ice, I guess. Relic Order grabs Aria. So I guess Relic Order is medium too. Don't actually love Ether Vial in this matchup. I mean, it's fine. It didn't look like they had any gifts still in their deck. So I think Aven Mind Sensor is pretty bad. And we could probably trim Grafdigger's Cage and just have the 2 Rest in Pieces. Because it also didn't look like they were playing any Past in Flames post sideboard. They're just like on the Thing in the Ice plus Aria Flame game plan. Although they might be switching back, which could be an issue. Yeah, usually they do, Zach. So it's deck list, Ixodor. If you type deck list, or you look on the screen over on that side, Cardboard Live should be active, but definitely let me know if it's not. Doe Hater and Ixodor, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate y'all. So we can't really keep this. It just didn't have any lands. Alright, we'll keep that one. We'll bottom. Tech Edge is not great in this matchup, but it does have text, and we don't really need a 3rd Plains generally, so let's drop that. Although I do like looking at the purple Plains in my hand. I just really like that art. Christopher Rush. Just like the colors. It's just good colors. Can't go higher than 200. Yeah, you could play Violist Taxes if you wanted to like start with something that's pretty good and that you could eventually upgrade into Stoneforges. I don't love playing Taxes without Vials, but like it's a really fun Magic card. But you could slowly get the Vials first and then slowly get the Stoneforges as you continue to play with the deck, or decide whether or not you want to keep playing with it. If you just get the Thalias, Arbiters, Ghost Quarters, Field of Ruins, Plains, you can get Snow-Covered Plains, so you can play on Thin Ice in the sideboard, 4 Path to Exile, 4 Blade Splicer, 4 Restoration Angel, 4 Mirror Crusader, I don't know, just something to fill in there, and those cards are all pretty cheap. And 4 Giver of Runes, and you could even just play like 4th Raven Inspector instead of Ether Vial right now, and then maybe grab like Eldrazi Displacers and Thought Knot Seers if you want to play like an Eldrazi and Taxes version. Those are cool too. Flicker Wisp is a good card to pick up. It's much better with Vial, but if you're trying to go super budget right now, you could try those cards, and you'd still have a solid deck. You just never have a turn 1 Vial, which is obviously a little bit rough. But so I actually kind of want to lead with Damping Sphere, because I don't want Thalia to get killed next turn while we don't have protection for her. So I'm going to lead with Damping Sphere here. We could just be dead because they could have like a Braid go off, but it's unlikely, right? What's up, Lamp Gain? Yeah, on the same play there. Ooh, bouncing our Vial. That's not very nice, especially with the Damping Sphere in play. That's an interesting play they just made. I guess maybe they just needed to hit their land. Gonna start with just Vial. Oh, we can't play Vial and Spellskite. Whoa, that's awkward. Damping Sphere makes Vial really awkward, huh? guess we'll just play Spellskite then. Yeah, if you really like Death and Taxes, you can definitely pick up the deck for pretty cheap without Vials and without Stoneforge. And then you can slowly, like, start to pick those pieces up. I think that's the downside to Magic, is it's like a super, super heavily money-based game. Like, you just can't play it if you don't have a lot of money to invest into a deck early, unless you want to play Limited, which Limited is great, and anybody who doesn't have a ton of disposable income for a constructed deck should definitely be playing Limited and trying that out, because the game is great, and Limited is a great way to play it. But if you do want to eventually build into a constructed deck, yeah, you can start slow and kind of build your way up. I believe we just wanted Thalia plus Giver here. Since we have the Spellskite backup now. Yeah, definitely a budget option. You don't have to play Ether Vials. You can just play Blade Splicers, Restoration Angels, Thraben Inspectors instead of Ether Vials. You could even play Kythian is one of my favorite little flex slots in a more budget version of Death and Taxes, like non-Vial. Kythian plays pretty well with Blade Splicer. And flipping over a Planeswalker is kind of fun. Opponent's going for it here. That's a good point, Brittleback. Yeah, Bant Soul Herder could be a really fun deck to play, and if you don't get all like the prismatic vistas and stuff, it could be reasonable. If you don't get the fetches or the prismatic, I guess prismatic counts as a fetch, but ooh, they're just really gonna get rid of that Spellskite, huh? So that one, we're just going to change. Those two, we're going to change to Spellskite. So we can keep the Thalia out. Spellskite, pretty sweet. The downside here is we actually can't make any attacks. Stoneforge is going to help, though. We're going to grab Sword of Fire and Ice. And we'll go ahead and play... Oh, we can't play either vial, sorry. We have played a spell already. But we do want all four of our lands, is why we didn't Tech Edge there. Because we want 2 to put the Sophie into play, and then 2 to equip. Yeah, get in there, Thalia. This is what we're talking about right here. This is what we're talking about. Let's draw a card, deal 2 damage. We're on 4 minutes. Our opponent's on 14. I've played pretty slowly here, but our opponent's just gonna scoop it up. took down that match. That was pretty sweet. That was a pretty fun match against Storm there. Game 1, they made 30 goblins, like through Athalia and a path, which was pretty impressive. Yeah, Wild Feather. This is a different list. This is if you can't see it on the screen, Spider Space's version of modern Death and Taxes with Stoneforge Mystic. He's one of the most prominent Death and Taxes players out there, and I really respect his choices. Same thing with Death and Cat Mix and a few other folks from the Mean Fanny Pack, Offbeat Hero even. Got a bunch of people in here from the Discord, but yeah, there's a lot of folks in the Discord with like really good results with Death and Taxes, and I definitely approach the archetype at a different angle than some of them do, so it's fun to try out what they're doing and seeing how it feels for me. We all have different play styles to a small extent, and it's fun to see like where people think the metagame is and to try out different things. So I'm just trying to work around and figure out my favorite version. So far, I'm still big on the Squawks version. I really liked playing that deck, and it kind of plays into a lot of the styles that I like as far as Death and Taxes goes. But it's also interesting to try out Spider Spaces here. I'm sure I'm going to try out Death and Cat Mix 5-0 list pretty soon that he just posted yesterday. Dionycus, welcome to the stream team, and I'm sure I missed somebody here. VX Kakusho, VX3 Kakusho, appreciate you as well. Blind name Flooded Strand. Kind of like it. It doesn't work with Revoker, though, because you can't name lands. But it's a good idea. Could name Astrolabe. McWinsauce. McWinsauce sounds like somebody who's probably playing Blue Eye Control. So I'm just going to name Teferi. Because you know what? I hate Teferi. We're just going to get it out there and start beating down. What's up, Iron Blood? He does only play Blue Eye Control. That's funny. Sick, Paul, sick. Yeah, we were right. They probably are playing Teferi. I guess we're just gonna path the Germ token. I think I just want to play this Sophie here. First I'm gonna attack with the Revoker though. Yeah, Diva, that deck you do have to work for. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad I got to catch some of it too. That was pretty fun. I saw you building it on stream. I was like, ooh, I know this. That was super fun. I did stay up a little too late that night though. Whoops. Hey. All right. Well, now we have 4 lands, which means we can equip and play the Batterskull. If we draw another land, we can even path 2. I'm going to leave it on 2. We have more 2s than 3s in this build. It's a little risky. Yeah, I mean, Squawkcestral Recall will do that to you, right? Nice. Yeah, we're just going to get rid of that token and get in for 4 here, draw a card. Hopefully draw a 2-drop. Don't really want to ramp my control opponent here, but definitely happy to do so in order to get a sword hit in. Get a sword hit in there. Boop. Boop. Ah. That's not awesome. That's not what we wanted. We wanted a land, really. Yeah, we just wanted a land there. Yeah, that's a bummer that we hit Solas. Yeah, you know, they could decently grind always. It's true. And I take ship bears as a term of endearment at this point. I'm sure at some point I was a little bit offended, but I really don't mind it anymore. Should have probably pump faked with the vial there. A little disappointed not to have done that. Alright, so we can double Tech Edge, which I'm kind of interested in. Alright, yeah, we're just going to double Tech Edge. Got to hold control. So that it goes on the stack and you still have priority. Although I guess it wouldn't have mattered here because they have 5 lands. But just to show you guys how to do it. What are your modes on this? Tap all creatures your opponents control, draw a card. Alright. I hate it when it's the textless version and I'm just like, what? I don't know what you're doing with that. Cleaned up list on the Discord. Sick. I'm definitely going to check that out, Cat Mix. Appreciate you posting all your sweet, sweet lists. Taxi Gene. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me throw you guys the Discord. Whoop. Whoop. I should probably have it up there. This is just the Death and Taxes in Modern Discord, or aka Ship Bears. But it's pretty fun. We have some really powerful magicians in there that'll help you out in your Death and Taxi ways. And yeah, I have my own Discord as well, which I guess I should start linking to. I haven't actually posted anything in there yet, but I'm going to set it up this week or this weekend, and that'll be ready for everybody just to check out more of my content, I guess, make it a little more streamlined. But that Modern Death and Taxes one is definitely where I post most of the time. Again, should have pump faked, but I guess if we didn't do it the first time. All right, we get a free swing here. I wish we drew a card and we were able to... we're going to attack them because we have this Revoker for Jace. And we want to just get him dead here. Haven Mind Sensor. Sick. I think we're just gonna play this Revoker on Jace. The Mind Sculptor, better than all. And pass the turn. It's actually 4 Crusaders. Yeah, this list is from Spider Space for sure. So our opponent's gonna path our Revoker. Probably. So they can activate Jace again. That's okay. What's up, Taco? Appreciate you. Taco Farmer 1. I played against you recently. We had a pretty good match, if I recall correctly. Alright, that's game. Don't care if they get something there. We could have like flashed in the Mind Sensor, but don't care. They're dead. And scoop your cards up. There we go. You always just want to see your digital opponent just like kind of bring the hands out, you know, and do the thing like the whoop, the whoop. All right. Ooh, that's not the button I wanted there. That's not the button I wanted. So we're against blue-white control. So we're definitely gonna want Gideon here. We're gonna want potentially Ratchet Bomb. We definitely want Relic Warder because our opponent's playing, well, I mean, it's blue-white control, but it's Stone Blade now, I guess. I like Relic Warder and Gideon. Not sure what else we really want. I think we can trim paths down to 2 and then maybe trim Mind Sensor. I don't think Mind Sensor is that good, although it is pretty good against Stoneforge. Mirror Crusader's not great here either. Tomic's okay against their Field of Ruins and stuff. Yeah, I'm into this. We just want like threats that can wear swords and batter skulls, and we want to just have them in play and attack with them. So yeah, and I think we want 2 paths now because it can come up that we really just need to path that germ token or whatever. Path their creature with a Sword of Fire and Ice on it. It's kind of a big deal. Normally I used to cut all the paths. Make scoop sauce, yeah. But now they're playing Stoneforge and some equipment, so we do want path some of the time. Yeah, you should try it, Diva. I mean, Spider Space, pretty good deck builder. It's been pretty good for us so far. Yeah, definitely caught somebody with a Sordid Crusader yesterday, and it was nice. It's just a cool 12 damage draw too. When you equip Mirroring Crusader with Sword of Fire and Ice, also known as Sophie, you just throw Sophie on that Mirroring Crusader. Boom, first strike damage, deal 2. Boom, regular damage, deal 2 more. Draw 2 cards, 1 for each of those hits. It's pretty nice. It feels good. This hand's pretty bad. We're gonna ship it. This one's pretty good, and kind of really want the Spellskite to go with the Giver, but we also want the Stoneforge and the Vial. We kind of want everything here. We could be greedy and drop a plains. It's pretty greedy. Or we could drop a Revoker. I think it's either Revoker or plains here, but Revoker is good in this matchup. Like, quite good. But I think the other cards make more sense to keep. I think I'm not going to be greedy and I'm going to drop the Revoker. You're on Spellskite or Revoker there. I really like the combo of Giver plus Spellskite against a control deck. So I really want to have this going on while we go and get our win condition with Stoneforge. Have not put Sophie on a walking ballista yet, but that sounds pretty awesome. That's crazy, actually. I didn't even think of that. Don't spell pierce me. No force of negation. Opt, alright. Oh, it's only combat damage? Alright. That sounds sick too, Death and Cat makes. I guess there's a reason I didn't think of that, because it doesn't work, but something cool to think about for sure. Obviously works with Ballista and Basilisk Collar, which is also something to think about if you are playing Ballista in your Stoneforge deck. You could throw a Basilisk Collar in the sideboard for the creature matchups. Uh-oh. Alright. Thought something weird was happening there. Yeah, let's just get this Spellskite into play. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, y'all are all on the same page. The old Basilisk Collar. Ooh. Sean McLaren. Doop. We are going to take it up to 2. So we're going to get Sword of Fire and Ice, and we're going to get Batterskull. I guess first we'll get Batterskull. So much card advantage with taxes now, huh? Field my land, you got it. That would have been sweet if we had Atomic there. That would have been really cool. Yeah, Cat Mix, I agree with, ooh, that's not very nice. That's a way to stop me. I agree with Lithoniel there. I think you should play Paper. Paper is definitely more fun. I really like playing Moto with y'all hanging out, but I prefer Paper in general. It's just, you're actually like sitting there talking to somebody. Like, we could talk to Mick Winsauce here, but just the internet talk, it's hard to get any kind of nuance from it. And yeah, we're going to leave it on 2 again. And it's hard to know if they're even being sarcastic over there or whatever. So it's like this weird space of like, I don't know. Kind of want to just tech edge them and play the Batterskull. Narset. Show me your moves, Narset. How did they get that art, Narset, with English text? How did they do it? Waifu Narset. Oh, chess promos. Ah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. They're 50 ticks? Whoa, opponent's like serious about their blue-white control game. Yep, I said yes. Okay, I was hoping Moto wasn't shutting down on me there. They probably have a path, huh? They almost certainly have a path. It's still probably the play though, right? Well, if they do have it, they decided... I'm going to attack them. We don't get to draw the card, which is a bummer, but... Alright, they do have a path. Figured, but you know... I think we're still supposed to go for it there. Rather than crack Horizon Canopy. Could be wrong. I don't know. Stony? Oh no. Oh no. 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 Oh, that's a bummer. Alright. Well. That's going to be tough to beat. Hey, hey! Alright, let's go to game 3. We're not winning that one. I mean, we could have found a Relic Warder at some point, but I wasn't really interested. So, Stony, huh? The old Stoneforge deck that boards into Stony Silence. Kind of a beating. Kind of a beating. Let's run it back. Definitely missing Flicker Wisp in that game, absolutely. Better play would have been slam with B Skull if they path EOT bounce Skull and replay. We didn't have 5 mana to do that though. Lamp gain. Although that would have been good had we had 5 mana. But we only had 4. Until they passed us. And Batter Skull to return cost 3, and then the activation of Stoneforge cost 2. Let's keep that. We got best card. Good old Chad. Yeah, no spell snare one time. That's what this hand is saying. Yeah, that's like the best way it can play out for sure on the play here. I love being on the play in game 3 against control for sure. Because of that line, especially. But they're likely not to path Thalia until when we try to attack next turn. Portland Paper, how's it going? I've commentated for y'all before. Y'all are great. His frat name's Troy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If y'all don't know Portland Paper, they do a pretty sweet They do a pretty sweet paper stream of Modern Mondays at Guardian Games in Portland. One of the best Magic stores I've been to. They have like big Monday Modern tournaments and really good gameplay and commentation on their stream with some really top-notch folks running it. Definitely check it out if you get a chance. We're going to bash with this Thalia. Oh, what's up, Kodaddy? Are they thinking about blocking? I can't imagine a world in which they would want to block. They may have disconnected. Oh, there we go. So we could revoke Stoneforge. They didn't get anything with Stoneforge? Hold up. They didn't reveal any cards. Fails to find an equipment. Oh, so they just have equipment in their hand. Interesting. Could revoke Stoneforge so that they're incentivized to like play into our revoker, which means we get to slam Gideon. Oh no, we don't, because Gideon costs 5. But we could play both Tomic and Stoneforge, which is kind of nice. Yeah, let's just revoke Stoneforge. Yeah. Definitely attacking with both. The downside here would be if they had Snapcaster to block the Revoker. But that's not too bad. Something else that could be rough here would be they could like Path Thalia and then Supreme Verdict. But then we get a Slam Gideon, so I guess it's not that bad either. Donovan Day, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate you. Spell Snare. They didn't Spell Snare the Tomic? What patience from our opponent. What patience there. Wow. That was next level. That's possible, Donovan. I don't see why you're playing Squire in your deck though. That card seems pretty awful if it doesn't put anything into play. And I don't understand why they would ever cut Batterskull at least. They might take out the sword to bring in the Sonies, but I don't think they'd ever cut Batterskull. So they have at least Batterskull in their hand. We have to imagine there. Path to Exile, alright. Guess this one will go at Narset. This one will go at them. This one will go at them. What's up, Tarzi? They are going to block Revoker. Alright, that's fine. We're going to play a dear old friend of ours. His name is Chad, but he goes by Troy in the frat. And we're going to make a little buddy. Thalia is pretty hot. Tomic puts so much text on all of the cards. All of the cards have so much text. Look at all that text. Should probably fire up Gideon, right? Yeah, I think we're just gonna make a dude here. Do some dude stuff. And probably get settled. Pathalia. I got settled by blue-white control earlier. It was not great. Not earlier, but at GP Vegas, I lost that match. It was one of my 3 matches we lost at GP Vegas, and it was to blue-white control with Settle the Wreckage. That I definitely didn't play around Settle, and they got me pretty good. Yeah, I guess that's fine. It's important to remember not to try and draw a card with Horizon Canopy on your own turn when your opponent has a Narset in play. I have definitely made that mistake many times. But I'm getting better at it, as you can tell. Maybe? Batter Skull coming out to play. Phyrexian Revoker, huh? I guess this gives them mana to be able to kill Gideon if we wanted to attack with Gideon this following turn. So maybe this was wrong. Oh no, they got a blue. Alright, that's fine. I guess they don't have Path then. We want something that deals with this Germ token. If we get dismembered here, I'm pretty upset. Can I just name Jace? They're likely to have more Jaces in their deck right now than anything else, but I don't know. It's pretty close, I guess. Yeah, the splits for Pithing Needle and Sorceress Spyglass, which does come up every once in a while, but it's very, very rare. And if you just play one of all 3 or all 4, you're totally fine to do that. It's totally respectable. Where's this going? At Gideon. Kind of want to double block. Get this Germ off the battlefield. Those tokens were basically free, right? It was a little risky if they had a Snap Path there or something, but they didn't. Yeah, I'm just going to field. It's probably not gonna matter too much, but it makes it so they can't get rid of their fields. At least. I don't know. Oops. I just clicked done. That was a mistake. Let's see if it'll matter. Yes, I want to use that. Sword of Light and Shadow. Sure. Seems good. Seems real good. Yeah, next leveled him into thinking that we're only playing 7 basics for sure. What's up, Ill Intent? Ill Intent was the first person that ever, I think like my first follow on Twitch. Way, way, way back in the day. Like 3 years ago. Alright, I'm not sure what our opponent's doing here. I mean, I've been taking a long time to do anything also, so I can't really say too much about it. Obviously, our clock is much lower than our opponent's. Then we're just going to make a dude. Right now, before they could cryptic bounce our Gideon, tap our team kind of thing. What are the patterns on my shirt? I think they're just patterns. They're kind of random. Like little boxes. If you look at it from far away, it might look like a cityscape. Ooh. I guess like a tall office building or apartment building, but with some weird colors. Thanks. Relic Order's sweet here. Alright, we're pretty far ahead. Our opponent does have 4 cards. We just got a Sword of Fire and Ice, Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. They're going to draw a card with it. Interesting. They're at 10. Let's eat that Batter Skull. I think we might want to just minus Gideon here. I think that's my plan. We're going to minus Gideon, equip Sword. To this guy. He now deals 9. And we're attacking with everyone. And that should be lights out. That doesn't do much. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. We gave them this out. Oh, my God. I should have said no with, yuck. That's gross. Wow, yeah, that was really dumb, taking the batter skull. Oh, that was such a bad play, friends. Such a bad play. The Revoker now. Sword of Fire and Ice should deal 2 to the germ, probably. Gross. All right. Hopefully we still got this. But, yeah, we gave our opponent the out of having Path for the Relic Order, which I didn't think of, obviously, when I just went for the value play of, like, Relic Warding the Batter Skull. That was not a value play. That was an anti-value play. That was a way for our opponent to not be dead. Whoops. Batter Skull enters play with a 4-4. We still got there, but that was a sweat. Mostly because of the misplay of taking the Batter Skull there. Whew. Whew. It was a turd of a play for sure. It was a turd of a play. But yeah, this is the deck we're working with. Spider Space shipped me this list yesterday, and I didn't give it a full try because my internet was having problems yesterday. So we didn't get to fully flesh it out. But I really like it. If I'm going to make any change right here, I would take out the second Sunbaked and just play one of each for another Snow-Covered Plains. Been taking a little bit too much damage off of the Canopy lands so far in testing. This hand is a turn 2 Stoneforge, turn 3 Aven Mind Sensor. This is fine, but not great. We're going to mulligan. Ooh. We're going to keep this, actually, and just really hope for a white source at some point. And we get to bottom the Sophie, which is kind of nice because we have a Stoneforge anyway to go get it if we want it again. So London Mulligan is really nice with Stoneforge Mystic. Turns out that is not a white source, but we still have a play we can make with Revoker, is why I kept the hand. Going to 5 is never nice. Opponent goes and gets Stomping Ground with Bloodstained Mire. Assume this is Jund. Yep. And here's a Goyf. No, Alright. Skoos is not that scary right now. That's a Plains. And yeah, we're just going to SFM. Gonna grab that. I mean, she's really unlikely to survive. Kind of wish we had Feast and Famine for this matchup, huh? Let's go with Fire and Ice. She's very unlikely to survive till our next turn, but I'm kind of happy that they're going to use a removal spell on a card that already got us a card. That's why Stoneforge is pretty sweet against these Jund decks, these mid-range grind-out fests. Good old Ren and Six $100 bill. Welp, we're just gonna do the thing with the stuff. And maybe they don't have another removal spell. They probably do, but we're just gonna do this because it's the correct line anyway. Gonna revoke old Dub Sixer. What do y'all think the over-under is on Ren and 6 being banned in Legacy within the next 6 months? I kind of think it's reasonably high, personally. Low, Chaz? I guess I haven't really been playing Legacy as much as maybe some of you have. So maybe my assessment is a bit premature. It is basically Deathrat Shaman, but harder to kill. Ew. Huh. Well, we don't have good options here. So I guess we're going to field a land, even though they have an active Ren and 6. So it feels bad, man. But we're going to field a land so we can put a 3/3 into play with Giver backup and hopefully be able to pressure the Ren and 6. Hopefully be able to draw a land so that we can play and equip Sophie, and then we can really pressure that Ren and 6 and maybe find a way to deal with that Skoos. But yeah, for now we're going to go for, I guess, one of their black sources, and I guess might as well make it the black-red one. And yeah, game plan, draw a land next turn is enacted. I'm poor and sad. Oh, sorry, poor and sad. Glad you joined the stream team. Hopefully we can lift your spirits a bit. You like my mustache? Thank you. Oh, really? You're seeing Delver without Ren? That's cool. That means the format's shifting away from it, which is probably good for everything. Ugh, gross. Well, I guess we're losing both of our creatures here. Just for technicality's sake, we're going to give our Avenger Pro Black, even though she's still just going to get sacked to Lily. Ouch. And that's all she wrote for this game, folks. But Javaneo, Havaneo, I really appreciate your follow there. Let me know if I said your name super wrong. MCA Grippa, appreciate you as well. And we didn't draw the land anyway. Yeah, not really interested in continuing this one. We're not going to get there. Let's go to game 2. We actually have a lot of stuff in our deck for Jund, namably 4 Mirroring Crusaders in the main deck, which we didn't happen to find in that game. Atomic in the main deck as well. Revoker's okay. Spellskite's good. Ether Vial is like probably coming out. We're bringing in Gideon for sure. Rest in Peace, both of those. On Thin Ice, I like as well. And then Forge Tender's medium, but probably worth bringing in. Ratchet Bomb's okay too. We'll see what we're taking out here. Light and Shadow, Batterskull, Sophie all seem pretty good. Batterskull maybe less good, but I don't know. It's smaller than Goyf, but yeah, maybe Batterskull's on the chopping block here. I don't think we need all 4 Thalias against Jund. I think we can trim at least one. I think we could trim a Revoker. I don't really love Ether Vial against Jund. Drawing Ether Vials in the late game is pretty rough on us because they can generally outgrind us, and when we're both in top deck mode, which is what Jund wants to do, is put both players in top deck mode, Ether Vial is pretty much the worst possible. And they also play Artifact Hate, so it can be a liability in that way too. Not that we don't have enough artifacts anyway, but our givers can protect those artifacts. I think we could actually go to 2 Thalia. Actually, on the play, she's pretty good. I guess we could trim. Oh yeah, Sarah Avenger's pretty bad without the vials, so let's cut those, and let's actually play all the Thalias because we're on the play. Yeah, forgot we're on the play here. Alright, can't keep that one. We can't cast any of our spells. Let's look at the next one here. Sure, we have best card in the matchup, plus protection for it, and maybe second best card in the matchup. So, yeah, looking pretty good here. Gonna bin the second copy of Giver of Runes because I don't know when we're gonna be able to cast that since our hand is pretty packed with 2 and 3s. So yeah, we're gonna keep this. Bottom the second Giver. And just go land Giver. So if our opponent has Inquisition or Thoughtseize here, they're likely going to take the Rest in Peace. But they might just take Mirran Crusader because that card's really hard for them to beat with the Giver in play. So they took the Crusader. Pretty likely, I guess, that they'd take that. We can Revoker on Wrenn and 6, since we don't have to cast Rest in Peace yet. And the card they can cast next turn that would be pretty annoying would be Wrenn and 6. So somebody earlier was asking about the guitar. I think it was Wake Up BB. Do have the guitar. Did record a Stoneforge Mystic YouTube video song. It's really short and kind of goofy, but can play that for you if people are interested. Also, anybody who subs, definitely not a requirement or anything, but if you do want to sub, then I play a song for you. And the support is really appreciated. But following is great as well. And just hanging out and watching is also very appreciated. Opponent cycles Barrenmore and passes the turn. So I'm going to play Tech Edge because we might draw a second Tech Edge next turn. I guess they only have 3 lands. So that doesn't really matter. I guess we'll just play the Plains. Drop the Rip. Interestingly, Revoker stopping Wrenn and 6 is like kind of similar to Rest in Peace stopping Wrenn and 6, but the minus on Wrenn and 6 can kill Revoker, so it makes sense to name Wrenn and 6 still. It's probably a Lily. No, Maelstrom Pulse on Giver. Alright. Bummer. Really wanted a 2-drop there. But yeah, how's everybody's Friday? Anybody going to F&M tonight? We're going to lose our mind sensor here. If you are going to F&M, it's the brave new world where Stoneforge is unbanned. So I'd like to know what people are doing. What's up, Goofy? Welcome, Conana. Appreciate you. So I actually have to leave the Tech Edge in our hand here, so that we have something to discard to the Liliana. Worth noting that Light and Shadow is pretty awkward when we're playing Rest in Peace. I mean, it still gains 3 life, but this is interesting. Like, if we take this sort of Fire and Ice, we can actually cast it next turn, even if they kill our Stoneforge and make us discard. So I think it's got to be Sophie over Batterskull here. But it's close. Used to play Control, sold your cards to pay off your car. Well, that's a decent reason. Maybe you can borrow some cards, or I don't know. Yeah, plant token. Got him. Obviously gonna attack Lily here. And they're going to block with their plant token. Yeah, brave new world of F&M. Maybe I'll go to F&M tonight. Let y'all know how it goes. You're going to push the Mystic so you keep around your Lily. Interesting. So we're in top deck mode. This is why we boarded the Ether Vials out. Them having a Lily and us having a Sophie, we're like maybe close to parity here. They are attacking with Raging Ravine though, so we're probably a little bit behind. Yeah, most of the F&Ms out here are modern actually. Not too much standard in LA. Tech Edge. We're gonna have to discard this Silent Clearing, but I guess that's okay. Mini Miz, appreciate you. 30-person F&Ms for modern, that's awesome. Do we want Iganja Castle? Well, Iganja Castle is kind of hard to fit when we're trying to play On Thin Ice in the sideboard, but I'd imagine if you're not trying to play On Thin Ice, then Iganja Castle could be pretty good. Or Iganja, I don't actually know how to pronounce it, but that card. Oh, hell yeah, Eli? It was really cool meeting you. Really appreciate that. Alright, this path wasn't a great draw. Rad Zealot X. Rad Zealot. How's it going? Why edge over field? I mean, it thins their deck too, and I would imagine that their deck has slightly better slightly better top decks than ours. But yeah, it's close. The games do take a lot longer, yeah, Razzie. I'm loving it. I mean, I get to play Stoneforge in Modern. I already played Little White Creatures in Modern a lot, so right up my alley. Loving it, for sure. Ooh! Hey! That's pretty good. Alright. Come on, deck. We need some creatures. We need some creatures. So, another way to answer your question about the tech edge over field is actually we made it so we could top deck Gideon and not be able to cast Gideon, which is kind of a big deal. Because Gideon would be quite good. So maybe you're right. Maybe we should have fielded. Hey, we got another creature that can wear a sword. That sword doesn't do a ton, but it does give it +2/+2 and gain us 3 life. And pressure Lily, but obviously Lily's going to take down and kill our Spellskite here. Yeah, that's true, Konana. That's also true. Yeah, you know what? I'm on Team U right now. I think we should have fielded and been able to play the silent canopy, or the silent clearing. Silent canopy. I guess that's kind of what it is, right? All right. We're pressuring that Lily. Don't have a removal spell for my Thalia, please. Okay. Might be dead to the manland? No, the manland would have died to the field. The field kills the manland in the same way, Wild Feather. Ooh, that's a good top deck. Ooh, that's a pretty good hit, too. Alright, things are starting to take a turn for the worst. Stop it, Bloodbraid. Hey. That card can block Bloodbraid if they didn't have a Liliana on 5. Liliana's a bit oppressive when you get into top deck mode, huh? A bit. Oh, I was supposed to sack it and prevent 3 damage there. Yeah, that was really bad. Just was a little dejected. Alright. We've seen enough here. Let's just play another round. That one wasn't too fun. So even with 4 main deck Mirror Crusaders, we were not able to take down Jund, but I don't know, our hands were like fine and their hand was like pretty good there, and we did not top deck very well in top deck mode. Even though we had many draw steps to try and figure something out, we did not. I think that's sort of an outlier, those 2 games. I still don't think Jund's a great matchup, but it did get a lot better with the additions of Stoneforge Mystic and main deck Mirror Crusader. So yeah, we also just didn't draw Mirror Crusader. We did have it in game 2 there, but they Inquisitioned it, and we could have found one later in the game, and that would have been pretty sweet. 2 pieces of equipment, an Aether Vial, a Sarah Avenger, and a Stoneforge Mystic is awkward. Any more Stoneforge Mystics don't get anything. We are on the play with the Sarah Avenger on the Aether Vial, though, which is pretty nice. I'm going to try it. It's a little awkward with 2 equipment in our hand, but I do really like Sarah Avenger plus Aether Vial, and it's hard for them to interact with our Aether Vial in game 1. That's what I get for leaving the Hawks at home, that's true. That's true. Mr. Sister is our round 5 opponent here. Mr. Twin Sister. That would be so amazing if this is anybody in the band Mr. Twin Sister. It's like one of my favorite bands. And there are a lot of musicians that play magic. There's the Mountain Goats singer, front person, plays a lot of magic. His favorite guild is Orzhov. I saw him at an SCG talking to Patrick Sullivan or Nick Miller. I think it was Nick Miller, talking about how much he loves the Orzhov guild. And I was like, I play black-white. I do that too. It's kind of cool. Alright. Silent Clearing, not the best land to have against Zoo. But we do have a path, which is kind of nice. And that Mind Sensor might be good. Goblin Guide. Give me a land, Goblin Guide, please. Double Goblin Guide. Give me 2 lands. Give me 2 lands, friends. Trigger 1. Path to Exile. Trigger 2. Still Path to Exile. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We're going to get rid of this Nikitty. Happy Friday to you too, K-Row, and everybody in chat. K-Row with the subscription. 7 months. Thanks for that, K-Row. K-Row 5000. You know you're my pal, man. And now you're back on the sub team for 7 months. And now we're going to take down Naya with a crunch. Alright. Oh, jeez. I hit the table with the guitar. I'm sorry about that loud noise, everybody. I'm sorry. Crunch. Made it way more metal. That's cool. Smash it like Townsend. Yeah, that's next for sure. Gotta do the windmill. I need to get a strap for this. I don't have a strap. Opponent's gonna come in with the boys. The Gobbly boys. Give me some lands. Giver of runes. Welp. Don't bolt my dude, please. Ow. Oh. Probably should have passed the Sarah Avenger there. Instead, we're going to have to path a Goblin Guide. But I probably should have pathed my own Sarah, knowing that there's a giver on top. Yeah, I probably should have. But yeah, what's everybody playing at F&M tonight? Goofy, what are you playing? Lighten up the stage. That's not very cool. Ooh. It's like full-on zoo over there. Ban Coco Stoneforge. Nice block out. I'm into it. Double light up the stage. Tarmogoofy's in our opponent's deck. Narnam Renegade. Get out there, 2/3 body death touch. We're gonna leave this on 2, even though we know we're drawing a giver here. We're gonna cast giver, go down to 10, and we're really leaning on this batter skull and drawing a land next turn, because we're taking a lot of damage here. Druid Devastation for Goofy. I'm into it. That deck seems pretty sweet. There's probably a lot more Path to Exiles in the format right now with all the Stoneforges, but I still think Druid Devastation is a pretty sweet deck. What's up, Il Castro? Appreciate you. Thalia on the top. Well, it's not exactly what we wanted. I guess we get to shuffle our deck, though. So that's cool. And we're going to 6. Opponent with 2 cards in hand. A Tarmogoyf and a light up the stage they can cast. Things are not looking good for the home team, folks. Our opponent had a pretty sweet draw, and we got stuck on 1 land. I still appreciated the keep there. If they didn't have a bolt for our Sarah Avenger, we're in okay shape here. Obviously, they play 4 bolts, but 4/5 Goofy. Second land never gonna come. So now they're gonna get a red source for their Eidolon, and we're gonna respond. Just doesn't really matter if we respond or do this on end step, because we're not casting it. It's coming in through a vial. Gonna get that Sword of Fire and Ice. We've got all 3 equipment. We've assembled Voltron in our hand. Our opponent is at 9. They paid a lot of life for their mana base this game. I suppose we take it up. Hey, we got that land. Alright, we could not be dead here. But it's not looking good. But we have a shot now. We have a shot. Oh, they have an Antarcus command? No, they don't have one that we can see, at least. They may have one, but we don't see it right now. Looks like they're going to draw a card here. It's kind of cool how Narnum Renegade works with the Canopy lands as well. I applaud my opponent's use of new cards. Not that it really would, that one would necessitate the other, but it's still a kind of cool interaction. They're at 7. We could swing back for lethal with this Fire and Ice if they swing with all their green creatures here. They don't know about the B-Skull. The team's coming in. Let's look at that top card. It's a land. It's a land. If you can still do D&T without Stoneforge, for sure. Oh, they do have a Targus command. Nice. I don't think we can win through the Targus command. Let's do some math. We're going to block 3 things, so we can chump the Goofy, block the Eidolon, block the Renegade. So we'll take 6 plus 3, gain 4. 6 plus 3 is 9. Gain 4 goes to 9. So we are dead. We're not going to show them the mind sensor. So if we didn't draw silent clearing that game, if this was any other land, we may have been able to win. Ratchet Bomb seems pretty good. Rest in Peace is good against Tarmogoyf itself. I don't love Rest in Peace. On Thin Ice obviously really good. Forge Tender really good. Yeah, those cards are good. Light and Shadow gains us life, so it's not terrible. Revoker doesn't really do much, huh? They could be boarding in Grim Lavamancer, which is another reason to maybe play. Atomic's not very good, I don't think. Thalia is also not amazing. I think we'll just bring in one Rip in case they have a Grim Lavamancer. That sounds pretty good. Oh, they chose you can't gain life. Oh, I see. Alright, so definitely weren't going to win that game. But we already weren't, even if they just dealt 3 and did +1/+1. I thought they dealt 3. They chose can't gain life. I guess I didn't read it. I just figured they chose... let's look at the game log. They chose... Your opponents can't gain life and it deals 3. Okay, so they didn't +1/+1 their team. So that math was off, but we were still very dead. Yeah, I'll keep that. We really need to draw a white source at some point, but that hand plays magic. Where's all our white sources at? This hand casts spells. Oh yeah, you can absolutely still play D&T without Stoneforge Mystic. The card you're going to want to replace it with is Leonin Arbiter, aka Cat Jesus, aka Cat Daddy, or Ruler of the Pride. Anything you want, you can call him. He likes when you call him different names. That was a pretty good draw, actually. Definitely down for some skite action. And you know, if everybody's trying to play Stoneforge Mystic right now, you might be in a really good spot trying to play Leonin Arbiter, because he makes it difficult to go and get your equipment. And it'll save you a lot of money in not picking up the Stoneforge package right now. Because right now it's super, super hyped. So probably all those cards are a lot of money. I just happen to already have them because I'm a Death and Taxes player through and through. And I play it in Legacy, so I just had them already. Destructive Revelry. That's not very nice. But at least they didn't Destructive Revel our Ether Vial, which I'm sure they wanted to there. With Cat Jesus and 2 Shadow of Doubt. I love it. Shadow of Doubt's a fun one. Your opponents are not going to be happy with you, but it's a fun card to cast. And I guess that's the point of playing Shadow of Doubt, right? Ugh. That's not great. We really need just a 3rd land would be fine here. A 3rd land would be totally fine. Yeah, your heart's saying play Control. If you play Control, I mean, you could play non-Stoneforge Control. I don't know if you sold all your cards or just like the expensive ones, but you could replace some Jaces with some other cards or something. Jace is pretty good, but I mean, you could pick up just like more Wrath. More Wrath. Maybe like search for Azcanta instead of Jace. The Snapcasters are kind of hard to replace also, but I don't know. I'm sure you could figure something out. So I think I'm going to go for it here. Oh, alright. That makes it easy. That makes it real easy. They don't understand how Ether Vial works, I guess. I think they thought that this would make it so I couldn't have a creature. But that's not how that works. And now we just get to eat their dude. Because Giver can give pro green. Hey, we got there. I believe we want to kill their land here. But maybe not on our turn. Maybe on their upkeep. Actually, the draw step makes more sense. I don't know how many basics they're playing. They're playing at least 2, though. All of them, yeah. Well, D&T is cheap to build if you build it without Stoneforge and without Ether Vial. We were talking about this earlier. It's fully viable without those cards also. It's not as good, but you can make an argument that Arbiter is actually in a better spot right now than Stoneforge because of what we were saying before about other people playing Stoneforge. Yeah, we just want to path that right now. No, I guess we can on thin ice it on our turn. Might as well not ramp them. And now we get to just get in there with Sarah Avenger over and over again until they die. She's got a big sword. She probably hurts when she hits them. Hafe Daddy. Hafe Daddy? Hafe Daddy, that's probably what it is. Welcome to the stream, team. Stav Brenner, appreciate you as well. Ooh. Alright, alright. That's a play you can make. That's a lot of destructive revelries out of our opponent here. It's good to know if we get to a game 3 what they're working with. And that also put an enchantment in the yard, growing their Goyf to a 5/6. Luckily for us, we have a couple leftover removal spells. Yeah, opponent very happy and very destructive. Agreed. Ow. They're just bashing with both? Remington! Remington! Burrington Forge Tender on the top. Alright. We're going to move to blocks here. We're going to give Remington a song in just a sec. And we're going to go ahead and pat the old Goifo. They don't have any more basics. That's really good to know. Narnum Renegade. I'm going to go ahead and pat that old boyo as well. Is it a boyo? Are they going to scoop? They're going to scoop. All right, so we got a song time from Remington. It's your birthday? Oh, my God. His name is Remington. With him you're living the Dreamington. It's now his birthday, yeah. Everybody, let's give him a hell yeah. Happy birthday, Remington. Yeah, I rhymed yeah with yeah. It's like Everclear did it, so I could do it. Right? Don't judge me. Let's just run it back. It looked pretty good, huh? This hand is pretty good, I think. We've got turn 1 Vial, we got turn 2 Ratchet Bomb. Principinonic. That's a kind of a fun name to say. Welcome to the stream team. Let's try this hand. Yeah, hell yeah. Happy birthday, Remington. Happy Friday birthday. It's always nice when birthdays land on Fridays, right? Got any fun plans tonight? Hopefully, if you drink, you have a drink and have a good time. Sweet. Very glad to hear it. Opponent mulled to 5. I'm into it. Goblin God, give me that land. Show me the money. On thin ice. Alright, well. That's also a card. That's going to get destructively reveled. But it's still a card. I think we just want on thin ice right away. Even though Ratchet Bomb can potentially kill all their Goblin Guides, I don't want to take extra damage, although they are on 3 cards, so maybe we try to get all the value off Ratchet Bomb. Ratchet Bomb also pretty bad with on thin ice, so we might want to wait. Or Ratchet Bomb for 2, which might kill our Spell Scout. Yeah, that Ratchet Bomb might be really awkward. Interesting. We can double on thin ice next turn. Or just cast Ratchet Bomb and take another bunch of damage. Yeah, I'm going to lead with Vial. Not 100% sure about that, though. I'm just doing this because they're only on 3 cards in hand. So I'm being a little bit greedy, but could come back to bite me here. Collected Company. Collected Company coming over for a good time. Love it. Love the magic puns. Mirroring Crusader. Alright, we're going to 16. Did they miss their land drop? Did you, in fact, miss your land drop, Mr. Sister? Nope. Got lands. And got light up the stage. Woo! Alright, this is scary. I'm scared. Hex Drinker. Alright, so Ratchet Bomb on 1 is going to be pretty strong. But we might take a lot of damage before that. And they might have the Destructive Revelry, which kills our Ratchet Bomb before it gets up high enough to deal with their stuff. But we're still going to try it since they have 3 1-drops. And we're likely to only take 4 this turn. Well, 6, I guess, with the Goblin Guide. They might just not cast that Goblin Guide. And if we draw land next turn, we get to Mirroring Crusader plus hold up Spellskite on the Vial, which feels pretty good. Opponent with another land. Yeah, it is going to dump Vial, you're right. But we can Vial in the Spellskite first. But that is a good point. Narnum Renegade? No? Alright, they could have like a Tarkus Command and Lightning Bolt, and we could be in a rough spot here. Show me a land. No? Never lands, never lands. I hope they don't have Destructive Revelry for our Ratchet Bomb. That would be a bummer. That also kills our Ratchet Bomb. Ugh. Goblin Crater Maker. Goblin Crater Maker. That's fairly good here. I guess we're going to have to use these on thin ices instead. I guess we don't have to kill that, but what else are we going to do with our mana right now? We could just like hold up Path. Yeah, let's hold it. Goblin Batterskull Smasher is absolutely why that Crater Maker is in their deck. Absolutely. Yeah, let's get that trigger. Somebody give me a land. Batterskull. Batterskull. I mean, if we ever get to 5, Batterskull's going to be sweet. We're just going to give this guy a little block. A little blocky boo. And Narnum for just a 1/2. Narnum's cool with me. Could path our own Spellskite to be able to Mirroring Crusader here. I am tempted. Oh no, we have Vial going up to 3. Yeah, no, we got Vial going up to 3, whatever. So the reason to pass Spellskite would be so that we can cast sort of Light and Shadow, which would be pretty sweet. Gaining life is good against their deck. And not drawing the Batterskull would be pretty good against their deck as well. Gonna go ahead and on thin ice their Renegade. Because it's got Death Touch, I guess. And then hopefully we can close the game out fairly quickly with this Mirroring Crusader. Yeah, I guess maybe we're supposed to take the Goblin Guide because the Narnum's green. They got another Narnum and a land. So opponent's out of gas. Officially gassed out. And we get to slam this Mirroring Crusader and give a little untap. We're going to say always no and always yield to this guy because we don't have any 4-drops in our deck. That's a lot of removal we got there. Gonna go ahead and bash with the Crusader. And they're gonna bring it with the Renegade. We have a lot of paths. I'm just gonna path it. They only have one more basic in their deck anyway. So this next path is just... it's just better than Swords to Plowshares now. Another Ether Vial. Guess that's fine, since we're pretty far ahead here. Remind me after this match to go grab some ice water. It's getting warm, and I'm going to need some of that. But yeah, so we've got somebody playing Bant Collected Company tonight at FNM. We've got somebody playing Druid Devastation. I like the new way I like the new title of that deck. It's pretty cool. Finale of Devastation. It's pretty metal. What are you playing? What are you playing tonight, or just in general? Ooh, that's scary. I didn't expect that. I didn't know we were playing standard out here. Ooh. That's not good. Stop it with the stuff and the things. So this is kind of interesting. I actually want to path the Goblin Guide so that they don't have a blocker for our Mirran Crusader, so we can kill them in 2 turns. That's actually what I'm going to do. We might draw something we want to cast, and being at 10 is like similar to being at 11. I don't think it's going to matter. It's not a multiple of 3. So that's what we're banking on here. Sun-Baked Canyon. Well, that allows us to cast Sword of Light and Shadow and go to 8, which I'm not really a fan of. Rest in peace. Alright, D's. Gonna put him down to 2 with Mirani Boo. And we got the Spellskite. We've got Rest in Peace next turn for if something gets out of control. I don't really know what it would be. So hopefully the top of their deck isn't too insane here. Burning Tree. That's a green creature. That doesn't do it. But it does create a snowball effect if they have a lot of non-lands on top of their deck. That's a land. That's a lightning bolt targeting Mirran Crusader. We're gonna have that one target Spellskite. It turns out. Oops. Blue-Red Storm, nice. 4-color copycat for Naughty Boy, yeah. You didn't know you were on Bang Bus. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get there here. A target's command. What are your modes here? Creatures you control get +1/+1. Deals 3 damage. Alright. You got it. I think we're blocking Nicodle here. Oh no, what's this? Damn you, Frenzy. Stop it. Alright, that's fine. Stop it, Frenzy. You stop right there with all your card advantage. You already played like 4 cards this turn. You stop right now. Going to 1. And we did. All right. Seems good. Seems good. Ouch. All right, so we're gonna put up a thing. Put up a poll here. We're gonna do 90-second poll of Blue White Brew, Squawks, Black White, and what else? Maybe even like a red white? Nah, probably those 3. Yeah, pick one of those 3 and we'll play one of those. Or actually we could do Black White, no Stoneforge. Or no, we'll do Stompy. Stompy the other one. Yeah, alright. Those are your choices. Gonti Tribal, we can definitely do Gonti with Black White. So 90 seconds, y'all pick what you want. I'll be right back with some ice water and we'll get in there. I'll just pull up this one, I guess. Alright, we're back. What did we pick? We got Blue White Brew. Alright, we're brewing up some Blue White. We gotta start it from scratch here. It's gonna be interesting. So, Blue White Brew. I'm gonna start here because this was a pretty cool deck from like a couple formats ago. Definitely gonna put Stoneforge in it. So let's start there. Definitely love Spell Stutter Sprite. Something smells a little funny in here. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. It's kind of warm. TG! Spider's Trophy Mage list. That could be cool. Yeah, that's a good idea. His name is TG. He's hanging with me today. He's subbed to the stream. We're living the dream today. TG. Really appreciate that support. Running Sprite, include Unsettled Mariner. That's a good point. We could definitely get Unsettled Mariner in there. I don't think I have any of those. I do not. We're gonna have to pick those up. Do that. And TG, do you have a list? Do you have a link to that list? Because I can definitely base it off of Spider's list. That sounds kind of good. Geist with swords. That sounds kind of good too. I'm going to pick up some Unsettled Mariners. Get 4 of them, right? How much are they worth? They're not worth that much. They're $1 each. Alright. How much is Teferi? Is he like $1 billion? He is... What? Oh, buddy. I missed my opportunity with that. I had one of these and I sold it for like 20. Alright, well we can't play with Teferi today, unfortunately. But we will pick up these Unsettled Mariners. Teferi's a little too expensive. The Blue White list of magic aids. Yeah, we'll check that out. Yeah. For sure. I am Celery. Thank you for that follow. We got our Unsettled Mariners, so we're gonna check out the magic aids list if we can find it. Azorius Spirits. Magic Aids does not update his Twitter. So maybe the YouTube channel? I'm not seeing it. Can somebody link it in the chat? Oh, there we go. There we go. So we got Spell Quellers, we got Reflector Mages, we got Trophy Mages. We could just play Stoneforges now. Edge Champion. That's something. That's a magic card. Wow, Spider. I guess this is from like a year and a half ago. But this is pretty cool. Yeah, we definitely can use some of these things. I see Spider still always playing the 2 Sarah Avengers and the 2 Spell Skites in his decks. Kind of love it. That's cool. So if somebody can link me the Magic Aids list, we can kind of maybe shoot somewhere in the middle of those. There it is. YouTube. The race is on. Hopefully the list is posted in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So we got Displacer, Fairy Seer. Fairy Seer is a fairy. Alright, I could see it. Also wears a sword pretty well. I only have one. That's a bummer. Yeah, it looks like this list is already pretty close to what AIDS was doing. Spell Queller, we want 4 of. I suppose we can cut the Flicker Wisps. They're kind of hard to cast. No V-Click in here. Oh, this is what I'm looking at, by the way, y'all. No V-Click. Alright, I do want Spell Queller for sure. I think I want all 4 of them. Yeah, Displacer I kind of love. It's so sweet. Venser is just so sweet with Blink. 2 Batterskulls. Heyo. Zinedine. Hey. He's one of the best soccer / football / whatever you want to call it players ever to play the game. His name is Zinedine Zidane. Welcome back to the sub-team Zinedine. 5 months total, that really means a lot. Thank you, Zinedine. Yeah, I really appreciate that sub. Anybody who subs gets the song. We're maybe not going to play Wall of Omens so that we can fit Stoneforges and Unsettled Mariners, right? Image is cool with Ether Vial, but maybe we'll skip Image. And we probably don't need to play that many Reflector Mages, huh? Let's see what else is in their list. They've got 4 Mutavault, which we've got. 4 Eldrazi Temple, yep. 4 Darker Wastes, yep. 22 lands it looks like, though. Because they're playing 1 fewer island. How many Hollowed Fountains? 2 Gemstone Caverns, 2 Flooded Strand. We got a Colonnade in here. What's that Colonnade doing in there? Let's get that out of there. Seachrome Coast, 4 of them. 2 Flooded Strand instead of 2 Hollowed Fountain. I could see that. Do I have Flooded Strands? I do. Oh, we did want Hollowed Fountain. How do they fit so many cards in here? How did they do this? Oh, there's no Reflector Mages. There's no V-Click. There are Givers. Givers make a lot of sense. I think maybe 1 Fairy Seer. I don't know about Fairy Seer in general, actually. I think I'm going to trim the Fairy Seer. Let's get the Mariners in there. What are y'all saying? Had to step away. The last league finished 2-3, unfortunately. Our opponent found some good stuff with an Experimental Frenzy on the last turn. They had to be alive. So we're brewing up blue-white SFM. Cool. Yeah, Yeah, bear with me just a sec, folks. We're going to have this list up and running real soon. This is 60 cards. So this could be it. But we have 21 lands. I think we want 22 minimum. And the 22nd should be like a hollowed fountain. Boop. That seems like it makes a lot of sense. And then I do really want to fit more Thalias. I don't know how we're going to do this. How did they fit the givers? This doesn't make any sense. Is this list more than 60 cards? Because we don't even have the swords in yet. That seems weird. 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 2, 3, 4 lands. 24 lands? How? Oh, there's no Unsettled Mariners. I think Unsettled Mariners is pretty cool. Let's also look at Spider Space's list. Thraben Inspector. We'll switch those out with Givers. Trophy Mage is going to be, obviously, Stoneforge Mystic. 2 Spellskite. I like Spellskite. It's kind of cool. Revoker. We're not going to run Edge Champion. We're not going to run Mirren Crusader. Alright, let's try that. Let's try to make them some kind of a mishmash of both. I think we want at least 3 Thalia. I like Spell Stutter a lot. That's a lot of 2-drops now, though. If we cut all the Givers and we played Fairy Seers, we just became more of a fairy deck. I really like Giver, though. Get Venser out of here. And then we can go to 3 Stoneforges with 2 pieces of equipment. And then we can play like a second Fairy Seer. Huh. Is this card good? I think probably Fairy Seer. We're just going to need to grab another one of those. And, yeah, we need Batterskull. Batterskull and Sword of Fire and Ice, probably. And then our sideboard we're going to have to mess around with here. Forge Tender I like. Spreading Seas is probably really good. Maybe like 4 of those. We need to try to beat Tron somehow. Muldrifter, probably not. Cataclysmic Gearhulk, kind of interesting. Gravitator's Cage and 2 Rips I like. Relic, maybe not. Pithing Needle, sure, but I think it should probably be Revoker. Condemn is interesting. I don't think we need that. Rejection, kind of good against Tron, but we have 4 Spreading Seizes, so I think we can get rid of that. Twisted Image, this is an old list for sure. I don't think we need Twisted Image or Muldrifter. I think we just play Gideon. Thanks for that follow. I'll find out who that was in just a sec. Teferi somewhere in the 75 for sure. Baruch. Teferi happens to be 50 tickets right now, and I can't afford them. Or I would. Gataxian Probe Selfie. Welcome to the stream team. It's a cool name. Could shave a Mariner. Yeah, Giver does seem really good. I agree. But maybe we'll just try like a more fairy-oriented build first. Just to see how it goes. Just fairies and Eldrazi. This is an interesting combination of cards. I think this looks pretty good. 2 of those, 2 of those, maybe 3 of these. This all looks pretty solid. I think I'm on board with everything happening here. Fully agree we should have a Teferi or 2 in the 75, but it's 50 tickets, and I can't do it. Can't do it right now. We're just going to pick up a Fairy Seer real quick and jump in a league. Damping Sphere over Spreading Seas. Yeah, that's definitely better against Storm. That's true. But if we're playing blue, we might as well play Spreading Seas, right? Did I spell that wrong? There we go, I did. What do y'all think? Maybe do like 2 and 2? Yeah, I guess maybe 2 and 2. Did I get it yet? Yeah, cool. Damping Sphere is pretty good right now. Yeah, maybe 2 and 2. Modern League, Blue White Flicker. Let's do it. We're going to put that deck list up in just a sec. I'm going to call it SFM Blue White Flicker. Been paired for our match. Let's get in there. And oops. We don't need that. So it's loosely based on both of those decks. We tried to split the difference there and add our own thing. Sure. It's not a bad hand. It's been a while since I played blue-white. And our opponent's also playing blue-white. Alright. But I bet theirs is a more controlling build. But yeah, just give me 1 sec. I'm going to change this deck to our current one, so that if anybody types in deck list, they're going to be able to see it. Huh. Why is it not here? Didn't I export it? Oh, weird. Exported it to download somehow. Alright. Should be all set now. The games are going pretty good today. We're having a lot of fun. 5010 did get published, yes. That is on the mothership. It'll be up on Goldfish pretty soon too. But yeah, once I get my rental service all set up, we'll be able to play with all the cards. Just I don't have it set up yet, so right now we're just playing Taxes decks of cards that I actually have access to, and a card that costs 50 just isn't really in the budget right now, but hopefully pretty soon it will be. That's a really unfortunate turn 2 Ether Vial draw, but we're gonna lead with Dahlia anyway. That's a good question. 35 on Mana Traders seems not enough, really, numbers. I guess I'll maybe get a higher tier than that then. But that's good to know. I haven't actually looked into the tiers yet. Path of Thalia. That's fine. Now we get to... Oh, wow. We only had one more basic left in our deck. Forgot we were only on 3 basics. What's up, Ian? Need the $60 one right now? Yeah. I could imagine that that's the case, yeah. Let's see what they're working with over there. Alright. That's a pretty good one. It's also a pretty good one. Gonna take 3 here, grab a Hollowed Fountain, untapped. Gonna play Ether Vial, Stoneforge. Well, I guess we don't have to play Stoneforge. We could play Thalia first. Yeah. Let's play Thalia. What's up, Lyrit? And ready. Appreciate y'all. No play from our opponent there. Gonna lead with an attack with Thalia, and then we're gonna play Stoneforge, which might get spell snared. Oh right. Well, I kind of forgot they had a Batterskull in their hand, even though there's a giant Batterskull right there, and that was a pretty big punt. Yeah, I got a little ahead of myself. All right. Yep. That just happened. Kick a leak. He came in at an awkward time. Definitely made a huge punt there in our first game with Blue-White Brew. Woo. That was pretty bad. Yes. And I think we want... our own Batterskull to compete with theirs. They're playing Spell Stutter Sprite? Alright. Interesting. Wow, that attack was bad, friends. Let's try to recoup some losses here. What's up with this? Yeah, we're playing some blue-white. Also making a few punts with blue-white today. Well, we made one big punt today, just now, which we should throw up there. They just passed. Not bad, not bad. We're going to try to spell stutter some of what our opponent's trying to do. Kind of wish we had sort of fire and ice now. But we kind of need the batter skull to trade with theirs. But with the two flying bodies, kind of nice to have Sophie. Cryptic command, return to hand. Sure. Can't do much about that. Mutavault? Hey, we're doing a similar thing here. This is kind of an interesting mirror match. Except for they're playing Mana Leak and Serum Visions and Cryptic Command. And we're playing Thought Knot Seers and Eldrazi Displacers and Thalias. So it's a little different, but same idea, I guess. Spell Stutter Sprites, Mutavaults, and Stoneforge Mystics. Not gonna bash with the Germ. Why not just equip? Why not just equip? Yeah, Mutavault's very good with Spell Stutter. We are playing Mutavaults, by the way. Ooh. Whoa, I forgot to put the batter skull in. Alright, I think this heat is getting to me a little bit. Let me drink some more water. Let's wake up a little bit, and let's actually play some Magic. Here we go. Definitely a huge punt, not putting the batter skull in there. That's 2 in this game. And now we're actually going to Spell Stutter this path. But we should have had all 3 of them up. So it was a pretty big punt not having the batter skull in play already. Whoops. Whoa. That's a pretty big deal. All right. So let's just let that path resolve. Oh yeah, we have no lands. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. Cryptic Command is pretty good. We're just gonna go to game 2 here. Too many mistakes that game. Too many mistakes. Let's try to rein it in a little bit. We're gonna want spreading seas for opposing mutavaults could be kind of cool, but maybe not that good. Gideon seems good. Revoker's probably good against a blue-white deck. Probably don't want all the paths. Probably don't need all the unsettled mariners. Maybe we'll do 2 and 2, 2 mariners, 2 revokers, and then the 2 Gideons. That feels pretty good. Let's try that. Yeah, definitely did not play that last game very well, but we're going to try to turn it around here and not keep this hand. We will keep this one. I suppose we're not going to need 2 temples, so we're going to bottom one of the temples and then get a little scry going with this Fairy Seer. This hand looks much better. So yeah, it's the first Friday Night Magic of the year with Stoneforge Mystic unbanned. Some people are playing some pretty interesting decks that they've talked about in chat. If anybody's new to the chat, wants to say what they're playing tonight, really interested in what everybody's doing in Modern these days. You don't, not even if you're playing F&M, but if you're playing any event this weekend, it'd be cool to know what you're running. I don't think we want a second Spell Queller, but I do want that Spell Stutter Sprite on top here. Scry 2, kind of nice, kind of nice. I don't really think Stoneforge is going to last until our next turn, so we're going to lead with Sophie. Shiny Japanese Gideon, that's a cool prize. Mardu Shadow, I like that deck a lot. I like that one quite a bit. What's up, Tony? How's everybody's afternoon going? I guess maybe it's not your afternoon, but whatever time of day it is for you. So we can actually spell stutter sprite for 3 here. And we may very well do that. Kind of don't mind this path, so I think I'm just going to let it resolve. Stony Silence against Stoneforge Mystic decks? Yeah, depending on if they're doing anything else with artifacts. If it's just for the Stoneforge package, it's a little bit weak, but because they can just flash in a Batterskull, and Batterskull doesn't have any activated ability that they need to use to have a 4/4 Vigilance lifelink, so it's not great against just Stoneforge. But if you're also seeing like Ether Vials or any other activated ability artifacts, then it might be pretty good to bring in a Stony or two. Opponent just gonna pass the old turn. Damn. Well, I do want to get Displacer into play. I guess we can still hold up Spellstutter Sprite with Displacer. So let's do that. V-click. That's annoying. They gonna take our Sophie? They took Spellstutter Sprite. Alright. So they could path the Displacer. Alright. Fair enough. Yeah, we're running a little blue-white brew right now. So far, we're down a game. I played pretty poorly in Atheris. 5 months. And so many gifted subs. Atheris, your hair is so perfect, so perfect. Like a baby's baby raccoon's butt. I think those are your words. The baby raccoon thing. So I'm just putting it into a song. R Driz, welcome to the stream team. What did they go and get? They got a Sofaf. So we can pop the Stoneforge by just pathing the V-click right now. I don't really want to give them more mana though, because it looks like they're stuck on 3. So we'll just take this hit. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Ian I. Williams. Ian Williams is feeling the feelings, but joining the sub team and making me feel Steam Dream. I lost it. I was gonna say mean, and that doesn't make sense. Alright, it's our turn. Let's put a little sword on our little guy. Also, yeah, let's get in there. So yeah, everybody gets a song. Subs get songs. Really happy to play you a song there. I Williams. Oh, you went 1-3 tonight with Snow Company? Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, discard tribal is tough. Snapcaster. I guess our fairy seer is going away. It's kind of an interesting game here. Alright, fairy seer. We can just sword up with Mutavault though and still be in really good shape here. I think the plan is to just keep attacking with a sword of fire and ice. Drawing extra cards and such. Get in there, Mutavault. Pop that V-click. Another Ether Vial. I guess we should have scryed first. Yeah, I think I was supposed to scry first. Not used to playing with Fairy Seer. But yeah, we were definitely supposed to scry first there. Eldrazi Temple, Mutavault. Both of those are pretty good. I think we want them both on top. Yeah, the Stoneforge Mystic package is very expensive right now. Storm's a great choice. People are probably playing more mid-range decks right now than ever before, so Storm is definitely a good place to be. Yeah, Modern's an interesting format right now. It's definitely, I think, in most people's minds, much better than it was on Sunday. And I think so much so that, like, everybody's trying to play some Modern, and myself included. I think it's going to be great. So I went and got B-Skull. Tempted to path the Stoneforge Mystic, but I don't really want to give them extra lands since they've been stuck on lands for a while. Let's just see what they're working with over there. Feel very far ahead right now. 2 mana 4/4 that gets to take a look at their hand and take a card. Not too shabby. And the rest of our hand quite good. Let's give this the old Quell Speller. And your hand is just a bunch of swords. So those don't do too much here. We're going to go ahead and grab Batterskull is the closest to doing anything. Yeah, the other ones don't really do a ton. Gonna go ahead and equip. Get in there. And I guess we'll kill Stoneforge. Why not? We should have lethal next turn regardless. I expect a scoop here. Yeah. Grixis Death Shadow. That's a spicy one. I guess that does make sense though. Kolaghan's Command is a hell of a card right now. So our opponent is playing like blue-white flash / Stoneforges with a 3 equipment package. Not 100% we need the Revokers. Maybe Unsettled Mariner's pretty good. Like making their paths cost more is kind of nice. Mr. Autistic, welcome to this stream. Team. Appreciate you. Also spreading seas on their colonnade could be cool. I'm gonna try the Unsettled Mariners here. Maybe 1 Revoker. Yeah, I guess we can name whatever sword they have. Yeah, maybe 2 and 2. Yeah, let's just leave it at 2 and 2. Run it back. Yeah. Well, that's a keeper. So far, I was really impressed with Fairy Seer. Card was solid in this matchup, especially. Gonna lead with Mutavault in case we draw a better or a land that doesn't deal us damage. I mean, we might want to attack with Mutavault. There's very, very small chance that we'd want to do that, but sort of Feast and Famine, got it. Ah, Fairy Seer on turn 2. That's not great. We're also going to Stoneforge. And we're going to get a Sophie. Solid draw, solid draw. I feel like they probably have a Batterskull. Not much we can do about that. But we can Fairy Seer, which I'm pretty excited about. It's kind of funny to be pretty excited about a 1-mana 1/1 flyer that scries 2, but it's pretty solid. They may want to Spell Stutter Sprite it. They're going to Mana Leak our Fairy Seer. I'm pretty into that. I'm pretty into our opponent Mana Leaking Fairy Seer there. I think that's a good trade. I think we still just hold up the Stoneforge activation / Spell Stutter here. So if they don't cast anything, we're obviously oh, they're just gonna put an equipment in. All right. What's it gonna be? Sofaf. And equip. Interesting. This means we can't kill theirs, and they're gonna make us discard plus. But we get to swing first. Oh. Too late with the Revoker. Definitely gonna just equip here. See if we can hit a land. Damn. Well, that's a bummer. I guess we're just passing the turn then. Rough not hitting the land drop there. Really rough. I think actually Thalia is our worst card right now. It's a pretty good use of your mana there, opponent. Because we don't want to play Thalia when we have this Gideon looming. We just want to get Gideon into play. It's kind of cool that their Mutavault gets Vigilance with Sword of Feast and Famine. That's a pretty cool interaction. Oh. That's a beating. Where's our lands at? They're just gonna take this hit. Yeah, I guess I'll kill your Snappy. Wow. Ugh. This is unfortunate. Huh. I guess it's Eldrazi Displacer? Probably gets countered. I don't know. This is kind of strange that we haven't hit our fourth land. Yep. Huh. Nope. Alright. Well, it's pretty unfortunate, but I mean, we got to connect a couple times. We connected twice with Sword of Fire and Ice, and we were on the draw this game. So that's like 8 draw steps, and only one of them was land. It's kind of unfortunate. Kind of. But can't do anything about that. We're just going to have to fight through all these colonnades from our opponent. Vengevine20, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate you. Wow, it's another draw step. And that's another non-land card. Huh. Where are our lands? Oh no, they drew Batterskull. Yeah, I guess we're scooping to this if this is Batterskull. Wow, it was unfortunate. But I don't know what we could have done there. We just didn't find any lands. Bummer. Nice, you got 4 Spellstutters double signed. That's awesome. Titan Shift, I think, is pretty strong in this meta. I think a lot less people are playing Lean and Arbiter. So I think Titan Shift did definitely get a bit better, if for that metric alone. But in general, I think it does make sense to be doing like a busted thing that is pretty linear and just going to keep happening whether or not your opponent's interacting with you. Like just playing mountains, dealing 3 damage to your opponent seems like a decent place to be in the format right now when everybody's trying to be more mid-range. So yeah, I think Titan Shift makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna keep this one, I guess. Man, sounds pretty awful. Alright, we're keeping it though, and we're hoping for just something to do in the early game. Blister Coil weird. Alright. We do have a path. So that's good. Ooh, Temple. Well, the Temple's still great. Do I think E-Tron got worse or better? I think Chalice got a little bit worse, but E-Tron as a deck was already pretty good, and being able to jam 4 Karn the Great Creators in a main deck of a deck seems kind of good right now in the face of all these Stoneforge Mystics and people trying to activate artifacts in general. So yeah, I think it's probably at least as good as it was, and maybe even a little better. I think E-Tron's a really good place to be. I think Tron and E-Tron are both pretty strong right now. Not sure which one I would give the nod to as far as like the best version, but both are definitely, high tier, maybe top tier in my estimation. Obviously, if I knew we were going to draw an E-Temple, I would have kept the Thought-Knots here. SCG this weekend. Is it modern? Is it just modern, or is it like a team event? I assume that it's modern. 4 lands go, our opponent says. What are they doing with 4 lands and not doing anything? Are they just flooded, maybe? I guess we'll just present some more threats. those. We definitely don't want either of those. Revelers and Lands, it could be. What deck did I play in Vegas? Well, if you go to my Twitter, it's at KPonceMTG, the same as the Twitch. You can see it on there. But it was Thalia Stompy. But if you wanted to get the exact list, you'd have to go to the Twitter. Yeah, Thalia Stompy, which, if you're unfamiliar, is like Thalia's, Leonin Arbiters, Chalice of the Voids, Simian Spirit Guides, Eldrazi Displacers, Thought Knot Seers, and Reality Smashers. Is basically what it plays. Bunch of lands and Bedlam Revelers is right, huh? Guess we'll attack for 7. Our opponent's hand is really awkward, apparently. Yeah, I almost always play Thalia decks. That's kind of my thing. But I have been playing Modern since it was released, or since it was announced. And my first Modern deck was actually Affinity, because I already had built Affinity for Legacy at the time, which it wasn't a great Legacy deck, but I guess we'll scry. Why not? Get a little value here. A little blink value. Yeah, I want Thought Knots here. Seems good. Show me what you're working with over there. Probably should have attacked first, but they're just not going to show me. They're just going to scoop. That was kind of fun. We got to blink a Fairy Seer. I haven't done that yet. That was a first. What's up, Kang? You like how this mono red deck looks now that looting is banned? Yeah, now that they can't fix their awkward draws, it's probably a lot worse, huh? Valvoa 6, welcome to the stream team. What do I think of humans in this new format? I've played against humans with Stoneforge Mystics, and it's felt pretty good for me. But I could see humans being decent. I think maybe you got to switch some numbers up, probably play some more Deputies of Detention. Maybe the Bant Humans deck that people were playing for a sec got a lot better. But I don't know, Mantis Rider is also just a pretty good card. So we're playing against Mono Red. We definitely want Burning Forge Tender. We probably want to rest in pieces, since they're playing Revelers, which were probably stuck in their hand. Other than that, I think we're just going to leave it. So what are we cutting here? Spell Stutter seems great. Fairy Seer seems pretty good. Paths are good. What's not great? Sword of Fire and Ice and Batterskull seem fine, if not great. Unsettled Mariner seems pretty good. Spell Queller is maybe not at its best. Thought Knots here is pretty good. Could trim the Ether Vials. And then maybe even play Gideon. But they're still going to have targets for their artifact removal regardless. So maybe it's like trim 2 Squellers and a Displacer. Or maybe just 3 Squellers. Squeller seems medium, like it's 3 mana to counter their 1 mana thing. Doesn't seem that good in this matchup. Blue-white with Squeller, Meddling Mage, and Stoneforge Mystic? No, this is my first blue-white try here. Modeled it kind of after Magic Aid's list and also Spider Space's Trophy Mage list from a year ago at the request of TG. So yeah, it's kind of a a combination of those two decks. Sungjin MTG, appreciate you. I want to keep this hand, but I don't think we should. I think we should go to 6. That one's much better. We're just going to bop one of these Thalias down to the bottom and pass the priority here to our opponent. Another Blister Coil weird. Making it all kinds of weird over there. Yeah, Magic Aids is the guy who made the original 5-color humans list. That's the guy. Just getting in there for 1 this time, huh? Any land drops for us? Light up the stage. I bet you're going to hit a land drop now. Oh, it untaps it? That's kind of cool. Haven't played against that card too much. But the untap is kind of nice. Gut shot, huh? Soulscar Mage. You got it. Kind of just want to path this Soulscar. I think that's what I'm going to do here. I mean, another thing we could do is just play Unsettled Mariner. And then on the next turn we could path plus Thalia. That uses our mana a little better. But we might take a big hit next turn. So I'm just going to hold up path. Yeah. I assume they're just going to try and go off here. And we'll just path. Yeah, Undine. We got there. We got there. How you doing on this Friday? Spike me, huh? Ow. I assume they're also going to gut shot. Cast your gut shot. Yeah. Not like it changes anything. We're still going to path the Soulscar Mage. And take 6 here, down to 10, down to 9. Yeah, it's not a great situation. Not a great one. Gonna lead with Thalia. Though Thalia does not block very well. Ow. Especially when she's not on the board anymore. Yeah, I feel pretty dead here. Feeling dead. F&M, sweet. What are you playing in F&M tonight? And are we actual dead? We are actual dead. Alright. That's a lot of damage there. We don't have a Ratchet Bomb in our sideboard. I would definitely want Ratchet Bomb here. You know, Spreading Seas doesn't seem that bad. They need a lot of red mana. But it doesn't seem that good either. I think we just run it back. We just had a pretty awkward draw, and they had a very good one. Neck's a little tight. Let's keep this hand. It's pretty sweet. We've got Ether Vial. We've got Path. We probably have to pay 3 for this Flooded Strand, which isn't great. But we'll see what has to happen there. We might draw a different dual land next turn. Blue-green fish, yeah. You're a fan of Ether Vials yourself, it seems. Love it. Ether Vial is just such a fun card. Just putting creatures into play whenever you feel like it is it's just really fun. If any of y'all in the chat have not tried Ether Vial before, I fully recommend it. You will enjoy yourself. I think I just want to hold up Spellstutter Sprite here and just get an island. Oh man, that's bad though. I think we kind of have to pay 3. I think we might have to pay 3, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, Flooded Strand, not loving you right now, buddy. Yeah, we're just going to spell stutter that. We're going to pay 3 to save 3. On a white Cobblade, sweet. Yeah, I hope you try it out. I hope you like it. I think you will if you're already interested in Ether Vial decks. But yeah, Stoneforges are pretty expensive right now. The dart. The Judgment art dart. I kind of love it. Judgment was like one of my first sets when I came back to Magic. After a pretty long hiatus. From when I was like in elementary school / middle school to like my first real job, which was working at a comic shop. Judgment was the new set that came out. Yeah, the mana base has not been working with us right now. Definitely going to get Batter Skull. And we're just going to put the Mariner into play right now. Because we can't do it in response, because then they wouldn't have to pay 1 to whatever ability they're going to try to use to kill Stoneforge here. They are more powerful. Williams, I fully agree. Come at me. Ugh. At least it was a 2-mana lightning bolt. So that's something. Well, I hope they don't have a gut shot here. Oh, they can't have a gut shot, right? Oh, they could gut shot me. Wait, is it you or a permanent? Oh, you or a permanent. Never mind, they can't gut shot. Unsettled's cool. Do we hold back a thing to block something, though? They only have 2 cards in hand. I think I'm just going to go for it here. We have a path and another blocker, and if we draw a land next turn, then we can slam Batterskull down. Can't gut shot me, so they're just gonna lose their guy. You can't target me with that, though. Oh, it gets countered, but they still get to... Okay, yeah. I guess we'll path this now, then. Works about the same. Maybe even better, really. Got him to spend a spell for no reason there, basically. Cool. The only downside is they have another land for their turn, but it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah, you could have darted to counter the Spell Stutter Sprites, killing it. Yeah, they should have probably done that. So Lava Dart targeting me, paying 2 extra. The Magic Aids deck. Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to the Magic Aids deck. I think it could be pretty good. Spell Stutter Sprite's great. I'm playing Unsettled Mariner in my version, which is a little different than his. But, yeah, I think there's definitely a deck there. I don't know if it's, like, going to be Tier 1 or anything, but definitely a blue-white Stoneforge shell could be pretty good. Witaki, welcome to the stream, team. Going to 6 is definitely not the best thing. But yeah, this is close. Spangalo, welcome to the stream, team, as well. Appreciate both of y'all. Trading this Unsettled Mariner for no value is not the best. Juju 3. Thanks for hanging with me. This is pretty close. I think we're just going to go down to 6, but I don't love it. I just do really like that the 2 Unsettled Mariners make it really awkward for them to target us. But 6 is a lot worse than 8 in a lot of ways. Oh no. What a blowout. We have more 2-drops in our deck post-board than 3s by quite a bit, but we top-decked one of our few 3-drops. And we left our Vial on 2 right there with no way to cast Spell Queller. It's pretty awkward. So we're probably chump blocking with Unsettled next turn. I guess we can double block. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to attack with Mutavault. And we're going to attempt to double block here with Unsettled Mariner. Right, yeah, if you can blink a Queller, Juju, you think we should have blocked? Yeah, I think it's close. I think it's really close. I wouldn't have faulted anybody for blocking in that same scenario. Yeah, let's go for it. We might lose both our creatures, but we'll probably stay alive if that's the case. Gut shot targeting Unsettled Mariner. Pay 2 for that. Yep. They have another gut shot? Yeah, they do. Alright, so we are going to lose both creatures, but we got both cards out of their hand, and they've got nothing left here, just a 1/2. And if we draw a land, we're in just really good shape. Heyo. There she goes. She's a Batterskull. Oh yeah, totally worth it to double block there and trade for both of their cards. Our clock is right now at 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like my number that I look at the clock always when it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Hasn't been as much of the like, what do you call that when you just have a number that you're always looking at on clocks and stuff, like some sort of uncanny valley type thing. Bammers X, welcome to the stream, team Bammers. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and play this Burrington Forge Tender. I don't think we can lose this game from here. A job. And they scoop. Alright. So we got it. We're 1-1. We played really well. I played really poorly in game 1 of our first match, which was against blue-white spell stutter, like mirror match, but more of a control spell stutter. Yeah, if you type in this, which it says on your screen, but I'm gonna type it for you. Also over here, like in this area of the screen right here, there should be a little cardboard live button that you can click on, and it'll show you right on your screen all the cards in the deck. But yeah, let's get in another round. Whoop. Double Temple. Yeah, that's a keep. Turn 2 Displacer, turn 3 Spell Queller, or, I mean, we could lead with the Unsettled into the Spell Queller, which also could be pretty sweet. And then we could play Displacer on turn 4 with a Blink. Yeah, actually, I think that's the line that I'm going to go with in the dark here. Oompa Loompa we're playing against over there. Yeah, it's a different one. We tried to mix like the Magic Aids list with a Spider Space list from like a year and a half ago. Feels pretty good so far. I like playing with Spell Queller, and Unsettled Mariner has been better than expected. Also, Fairy Seer has been pretty good. So our opponent actually mana leaked a Fairy Seer in game 3 last match, or not last match, but the one before that. Alright, that's a problem that this is Storm here. We don't have a Thalia, and Thalia is our best answer to Storm. We have 2 Damping Spheres and a couple Rest in Pieces to bring in post sideboard, but our list is actually pretty weak to Storm in general. Mono green gobbledygook. That's probably what an Oompa Loompa from the Willy Wonka movie would play. Yeah, I agree. Gobbledygook. Yeah, Mariner's been pretty sweet. Opponent has to discard because they have not found a second land. That feels good. I think we're going to take this one home. Oh man, yeah, Spell Queller plus Teferi though is pretty sweet. I do wish we had access to Teferi. Maybe I'll just sell some other cards to finance that. Lava Dart. No way they're playing Phoenix. In this economy... Lava Dart? They're playing Blue-Red Phoenix? Our opponent's seriously playing Blue-Red Phoenix. You crazy, Oompa Loompa. You crazy. Oh, you wanted to draw some cards? I don't want you to. Gobo King 69. Appreciate you. Are you actually David Bowie back from the dead? The Goblin King from the Labyrinth? Because it's just an honor, sir. And a privilege. Oh, Thing plus Killing Fiend. Yeah, it could be that for sure. I should have let them pay first. Yeah, that was dumb. I did that at the wrong time in the stack. That was a punt. Whoops. Should have let the trigger resolve first, so they had to pay rather than letting them get that opt off. That was definitely a mistake. Whoopsie. This is my first league with Unsettled Mariner, and obviously punished myself there by not using the card to its best ability. I guess if we play this, we get blown out if they anger the gods. But what are the chances that they have an anger the gods in their main deck? I think it's pretty low. So I'm just going to present lethal here. Well, not quite lethal, but lethal if they crack a fetch. %, yeah, that's what I would assume. But you should play around things when you can, and we could have, but I just want to like kind of press the advantage a little bit there. Ooh. Gotta maybe sit differently in my chair so that my neck doesn't hurt at the end of the day. Put you to 1. Aw. You don't want to keep playing? You don't want to play one more turn? Alright, so what is our opponent doing? We don't really know. It's not Storm, but it's definitely Aria of Flame. And we don't have any way to interact with Aria of Flame. I think Damping Sphere is probably still decent. Huh. I mean, we have Spell Quellers, but we didn't put anything on our sideboard to like get enchantments or artifacts, which is pretty big oversight, I think. I don't know why these Cataclysmic Gear Hulks are in here, honestly. Those should probably just be Lean and Relic Orders. Forge Tender's definitely coming in. And 1 Rest in Peace? Question mark? We saw Lava Dart, so it's at least okay. I think all our other cards are really good. So what are we going to trim on here? I actually like all of these cards. Maybe no rest in peace. Maybe just the Forge Tender, and we'll trim... We'll trim a Mariner. It's kind of hard to cast. Gearhook for humans for sure. Yeah, Jardash. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The Gearhook's definitely for humans, but it's like... I don't know. Maybe necessary, maybe not. We'll see if we play against humans. This hand's pretty good. We got turn 1 Vial, turn 2 Thalia / Spell Stutter. Spell Stutter seems pretty good in this matchup against tons of cantrips. Yeah, that's a good call, Fanny Pack. We could have done some sweet stuff with double Unsettled Mariner plus blinking, giving them back their removal spell. They can't target us if they don't have any untapped mana. I mean, they can target us, they just can't. It'll just get countered. That is a good point. Me and Fanny Pack always with the next level plays. Also wears a mean Fanny Pack. I know you're surprised. But Fanny Pack game is not something that everybody has, you know? They missed their land drop again, so Thalia is going to be pretty awesome here. Swing in the ice. Well, that's kind of annoying. We don't have a path. Or an Eldrazi Displacer. There's a path. I'll take it. Let's get in there with Thalia, because we're not scared. What, I might have Sunlance. You don't know me. You don't know me. I play Sunlance. I don't actually play Sunlance, but I have played Sunlance. That's a card that is 1 white mana for a sorcery, deal 3 damage to target creature. It's like the color shifted lightning bolt, but they didn't make it instant and they didn't let you hit players with it because it was too color shifted. But Sunlance has been in my Death and Taxes decks in the past. I know Death and Cat Mix has played with some Sunlances in his past. Let's see. Yeah, I think we should pass. We could put this Unsettled Mariner into play, but... Another one. That's annoying. I guess we spell quell that. I think I'm gonna leave this on 2 again. We did draw the land. That's unfortunate. That means we probably should have put it up to 3, but we didn't know we were going to get the land, so... We do have more 2-drops in the deck than 3. Also worth noting, we could have spell quelled something. I mean, we could have attacked with Mutavault, but then we couldn't spell quell something if we attacked with Mutavault. And I think we want to hold up a Spell Stutter for 3. Potentially. It's 16. Yeah, we have lethal if we just path. We'll let them get their third land here. Because we have the Spell Queller backup for like an Anger of the Gods or anything like that. Get in there with the Mutavault. Bash for a bunch. And I guess play Fairy Seer, why not? Let's get a little Scry on. Let's put that on top. Oust is better than Sunlance. Yeah, that does make sense. Used to run 4, yeah. Worth it to get the value off Spellstutter and use it instead. Yeah, definitely better to get the Spellstutter out there first because it's more conditional, right? Also should have waited again. I did the same thing where I'm supposed to wait for them to tap their mana for the Unsettled Mariner. I did it again. Let's try to not do that next time. We're 2-1. Our opponent got a little mana screwed there. In their Thing in the Ice Storm. I don't really know what they were doing. Maybe they were playing Kiln Fiend as well. I need to grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Dropping stuff. Oh, I missed the queue. But we got water, so that's the important thing here. Everybody excited for their F&M tonight? I know we had some folks in chat telling me what deck they were playing. I'm definitely interested in everybody's deck choice in Modern right now. Like, if you could play any deck, what would you be playing tonight at F&M and why? If you want to answer. It's not a requirement. Sans medium. I think we're going to try it on the play. The Great Pablo. Yeah, Spellstutter. Great Pablo, welcome to the stream team. ESVia, welcome to the stream team. Appreciate both of y'all. Panza, because you love blowing up lands. That's great. Devoted Neoform, yeah. That's kind of cool. I haven't seen a list of Devoted plus Neoform, but that sounds like a cool mashup. Four-color mid-range deck, but not tonight. All right. Maybe next week. Yeah, Jund is usually pretty good. Oh, hey, that's a nice looking planes too. Mr. Rounds, or Mr. Ounds, M Rounds. A Magic player after my own heart over there with an Ether Vial and a nice looking planes. you hate to do it to him, you know, when you're the one playing the whoops. When you're playing against your favorite deck, you don't want to beat him. Oh, PV put one up on SCG. Hell yeah. If PV endorses a deck, it's probably pretty good. That dude's decent at Magic. He's like, alright, I guess. So we have a good answer to Batterskull in Eldrazi Displacer. We unfortunately don't have much else going on here other than just attacking with a Mutavault, though. I don't think we want Unsettled Mariner first. I think it's got to be Stoneforge, but we'll never play Unsettled Mariner for a while if we don't now. I guess we're going to blink next turn, so we probably won't have a lot of mana for Stoneforge. Maybe it is Unsettled Mariner. And we'll just wait on the Stoneforge, because Displacer is going to be able to blink their Germ token next turn, and that other Vial will get up to 2 at some point. Hopefully we draw a white mana source at some point as well. They're probably like, what is going on? 2 Mutavaults and a Temple and then a blue-white card? And yeah, you'd be right to say that. Kraken Tribal, that's true. That's true, we're playing Kraken Tribal. Another Stoneforge, alternate art. KG Chandler. Appreciate ya. Let's get that one up to 3. Let's get this one up to 1. Thought-Knot's here. Huh. I guess that's what we want. Seems good. That was a pretty good draw. Krakens and Eldrazi and some core. What do you got? What do you got? Alright, we knew about the Batterskull and the Sword of Light and Shadow. We didn't know about Eldrazi Displacer, but they have no way of activating Eldrazi Displacer. And it would cost them extra with the Mariner in play to do so. So I believe what we want to do here is get the Solas, so that we just blink the Batterskull token whenever they go for that, and we're in pretty good shape here. That's my final answer. And they also have a Plains in their hand, I guess. Don't want to trade Unsettled Mariner for a Stoneforge or an Arbiter there. Yeah, Arbiter and Stoneforge in the same deck, which we've tried. It's going to be kind of interesting, actually, because we have a Stoneforge of our own that's going to be vialed into play next turn. And here comes Thalia. Alright. That's a pretty good draw because they can do everything. So that's their hand. These are our cards. Yes, always no. Ooh. D-straw, D-straw. So we can blink 2 things, but I don't think we really want to. At least not for during this attack. We will blink 2 things probably. But we're not going to attack because they can just block Thought Knots here with everything. And then we can blink 2 of them, but like they're still going to kill our Thought Knots here. And we don't really want them drawing cards. We need to wait till we find a flyer. Mystic's going to do her thing. And Eldrazi Displacer. So if they find a colorless source, this is going to be a bit annoying, but if not, we're in pretty good shape. You would take Batterskull? That's a weird choice with Eldrazi Displacer in our hand. This germ doesn't do anything, right? We knew we had Displacers, so Batterskull I don't think was correct to take. It's just so easy to blink that thing. Oops. Oops. And it's gone. Like, I don't know. Batterskull's not a threat, really. I guess Solas isn't really either, but a lot of our creatures are white. Not these 2, but... So here we're gonna pay for Arbiter. And put this Stoneforge into play. Hey, we got a white source. Can't really make any attacks here, unfortunately, still. Yeah, we can't really make any attacks. You mean I have 2 activations? Shit, 2 activations is great. And I disagree that it takes over. I think it's good, but I think I don't know. I mean, it might have been fine to take Batterskull instead of Solas, because we could just blink in response to whatever they equip with the Solas, but then they could equip again, and if we had to tap out for something, I don't know. It's not great, but the germ just goes away, right? Yeah, if they deal with Displacer, the Batterskull's pretty good. But we have our own Batterskull. They ticked it up to 4. They found a colorless source as well, so this is not good. Huh. What we're going to do here is something I like to call Getcha, where we're going to blink our Thought Knots here in response to their Vial activation. And then we get to grab that 4-drop that they're trying to Vial in. Little getcha. Oh. Alright, they didn't have anything. What are they targeting? Are Thought-Knots here? Oh. Interesting. They want to draw another card. They liked how that worked out. Sure. That was weird that they blinked our Thought-Knots here. And now they don't have a blink for our Batterskull. And they're just going to scoop. All right. That one didn't feel great. Yeah. It was a weird one. I don't know why they scooped there. So Spreading Seas is kind of interesting because it doesn't look like they're playing that many colorless sources. It was kind of interesting that they ticked up to 4 and like baited me to do the thing, to blink the Thought-Knot, even though they only had a 2-drop in their hand that they hadn't cast. That also makes me think they're only playing 2 equipment, because I think they would have cast the Stoneforge, which is kind of interesting. Revoker's definitely good. Gideon's definitely good. Gearhulk could be pretty good too, but maybe not the matchup for it. I think Spreading Seas is kind of cool too. So let's see, what do we want to cut here? The Thalias are obviously coming out. That's easy. But what about the other 4 cards? I mean, we don't have to bring in the Revokers. They're pretty good, though. I mean, Spellstutter Sprite might not be that great. It does hit Path, but it doesn't hit much else out of their deck. So we could cut the Spellstutters. And play something like that. I think I like that. Hitting Path is definitely legit, but yeah. Yeah, this hand's pretty good. We got 2 Temples. We need another blue/white source for Unsettled Mariner and for Gideon, but this hand's pretty solid. Displacer plus 2 Temples is always pretty tempting. Gonna go ahead and play our Vial on turn 1 here. Leading with Temple in case we draw a Thought-Knots here for next turn. This way we still have the option of casting Eldrazi Displacer. If we don't find Thought-Knots here, drawing the Batterskull, not great. Looks like they might draw Batterskull as well. Now they went for the Solas. Sword of Light and Shadow. That one gains 3 life if it hits me, and also puts a creature card from their graveyard into their hand. So it's like a healing salve plus a Raise Dead. If you want to get flavorful with it. If you're unfamiliar with those cards, they were in Alpha, the original Magic set. Giver? That's pretty good. That's going to be problematic. I kind of wish we were playing Giver in our build. So far I've liked Fairy Seer though. And it's hard to fit all the cards you want to play in one little 60 card deck. Just gonna hard cast Solas. That's weird. Why not save a mana? You're gonna attack me with Stoneforge? I'm confused. That was real weird. Mutavault and Spreading Seas. Spreading Seas seems good on that Ghost Quarter. Or even on that Plains. Probably on the Ghost Quarter. And then we'll draw a card. Mutavault does not seem great on this board. I think we want Spreading Seas though. Gives us something to do with our mana next turn. And draws us a card. Yeah. Another temple. We don't need the third one, really. Didn't really need that third one too bad. Another Stoneforge. Rather than equipping, they want to get another equipment that they must have drawn this turn after taking their vial up. This is an awkward game for our opponent over there. Really want to get this Gideon into play next turn. They did find a land, alright. So are they going to equip or are they going to just put a Batterskull into play? It looks like they're going to put a Batterskull into play. Equip seems alright, but I don't know. I guess sort of Light and Shadow doesn't do as much. Like if this was sort of Fire and Ice and then they gave it Pro Colorless and just bashed us with sort of Fire and Ice, that would be a huge problem for us. Whereas sort of Light and Shadow, they gain 3 life, they deal 4 damage, whatever, 3 damage. It's like not that bad. Whereas sort of Fire and Ice, obviously much better in this situation for our opponent. And that's why I'm playing sort of Fire and Ice over Light and Shadow in the main deck. They might be playing all 3, but they went and searched this one up, which makes me think that they don't have all 3. We're going to leave it on 2. Ooh. Rough. Well, we're still going to play that. So we can play Gideon next turn. And just get in for 1. Hold up this blink. Even though we would have gotten to hold up 2 blinks, we wouldn't be able to cast Gideon next turn if we hadn't played the Seachrome Coast. Unfortunately, there's no blue-white canopy land. Otherwise, the Seachrome Coast would probably be the blue-white canopy land. Living Weapon, you got it. Equip Stoneforge. Opponent is playing very strangely. I don't really understand this play. They just let that happen? I should have let it equip first. But that was weird. Definitely should have let the germ die first. Again, we're going to leave it on 2. We have more 2s than 3s. This time I don't really want to attack with fairies here. I think I might want to chump with it. And having 3 different colors worth of creatures is going to be useful against this giver and this sort of light and shadow. Flicker Wisp. Oh, so it's countered. Unsettled Mariner doing work here. Our opponent not playing super tight. Gotta say. Has to be said. Opponent playing pretty loose. Is this a Sword of Fire and Ice? Because that's a problem. Oh yeah, they are playing all 3. That's problematic. Alright. That's rough. They're going to kill Gideon here. Probably. Are they going to equip the other sword too? On the Stoneforge Mystic? Alright. What's your move here? This one's going at me, this one's going at Gideon. Well, we can't block the Flicker Wisp. And we don't really care about the Stoneforge hitting us and gaining them 3 life. So we're just going to let it happen. Oh wait, where's this one going? Huh. Yeah, I guess we're taking a lot of damage here. I may have wanted to block the Batterskull token. Alright, so we have triple blink next turn though, so I think we're in pretty good shape. Again, we're going to leave it on 2. More 2s than 3s. There's a 3 though. Yeah, with all the blinks, we're going to be in pretty good shape here. Let's just go ahead and get this germ out of here right now. So we can make it crack. They might give it protection. No, they're just going to let that happen. Alright. And huh. As long as the Sword of Fire and Ice doesn't hit us, I think we're good. I guess I want to attack with the Fairy Seer, though. So we can maybe chump the Batterskull creature if they put Batterskull on something other than the Fire and Ice creature. Ghost Quarter my temple. Let's blink that Wisp. Blinking Batterskull. Alright, pretty cool. Now they get to equip. Yeah, it was a pretty good Ghost Quarter. Because we were forced to... Oh, we weren't forced, actually. Yeah, I'm just going to hold this one up this time. Once they move phases, then we're forced to use it, but we'll let them move phases. Alright, they are moving phases here. So now we're going to blink the Stoneforge, I guess. They let it happen? That's so weird. Why are they not activating Giver ever? Wait a sec, what? How? How are we still in that? That's weird. I thought we were skipping phases is why I used the... Alright. Well, they're going to get a hit in with Sword of Fire and Ice, and that's a bummer. I target the Mariner. Yep. Mariner down. You're going to get your Batterskull back. We are going to put it up to 3 because we actually have a 3-drop in our hand now. Draw land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 1 blink. I think we'd rather have 2 blinks. Yeah, I think we'd rather have 2 blinks and 2 more life here. This is awkward. Yeah, no, I realize that, KG, but it said like if you pass phases, you're gonna lose your mana. So it like scared me into using it, but we were still in the main phase there, and yeah, they get priority again. I realize that, but yeah, I don't know. It was just awkward that they like said, "Hey, like you're gonna lose your mana." and I wasn't actually going to lose my mana at that moment. So I felt fooled. I felt tricked. I was? Oh, come on. That's annoying. We Spreading seized one of their land destruction lands, and they found 3 more in the top 19 cards of their deck. Man. We're going to get hit with a Sword of Fire and Ice again, aren't we? Alright, KG, that does make sense. That does make sense. But I just assume that, like, if they're saying, like, move to combat, and you say, like, oh, no, I'm going to blink some stuff, then you're still in the main phase, right? But, like, yeah, no, I guess that does totally make sense. Yeah, no, you're right. They can't have another sword in their deck, could they? We could blink the Giver. Could also just blink Fairies here to get some scrying. Yeah, KG, yeah. No, you're right, you're right. Um, 50 plus players. That's sick. Death and Cat mix. What are you playing tonight? The same deck that you were running for that 5-0? Looks like we're going to lose this game. Because they've drawn 3 ways to kill our lands. Oh, my knight. Stop it, Flicker Wisp. Always know, always yield. Yeah, we're dead. All right, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. All right, yeah, we're dead. Damn. Did not think we were going to lose that game for a while there. And then 3 land destruction lands later, we got no more blinks. All right, so chooses an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker. I don't know. All these cards are good, though. I don't really want to board anything out. And this could be good, also could be bad. Let's just run it back. Seven minutes. We got to play a little bit faster. Sure, that's a keep. We got Chad, otherwise known as Troy, at the frat. And we've got a little bit of disruption and a little bit of power. So this hand looks pretty good. And now we have a lot of colorless sources, so we're not going to have to worry too much about that. We didn't see any Thought Knot Seers out of our opponent's deck yet, but I assume they have them. Kind of interesting. Ooh, the turn 2 Vial. Always the worst. Yeah, gonna lead with Stoneforge. Grab Batterskull. Next turn we can Vial and Mariner. They do have Thought Knots here, and they have it on turn 2 right now. That's pretty good. So if we had led with Mariner, we would have played around them having Thought Knots here. And that's a bummer. Didn't expect them to have second Temple Thought Knots here. And we didn't play around that, so ouch. That's a problem. Well, there's the Mariner now, I guess. Are you kidding me? Must be nice. Must be nice. Huh. Gonna name Displacer, because they could play Plains or just White Source. Displacer and have a Blink up, which would be bad here, but we still probably are gonna block with the Revoker. Man, our opponent's hand was pretty awesome. Turn 2 Thought Knot Seer, turn 3 Thought Knot Seer through the Unsettled Mariner. Turn 4 Stoneforge. Pretty rough for us here since we don't have any removal in our hand. If we find a path at some point, we can kind of make back some of this ridiculous card advantage loss that we've been experiencing here. Well, now we can at least Thought Knot them. Winds of Abandon. Another E-Temple, jeez. So they're only one land away from winsing our whole board, which is really bad for us. We're going to have to take wins. Woo. That would have been bad. Sort of pro colorless and multicolored. Yeah, it would make the sword fall off. It would. So it wouldn't be a very good sword. It'd be a funny meme though. Found a path. All right, game on. Yeah. Oh, what? We don't get to draw the card? Oh, no. I don't want that to go on the stack. No, Unsettled Mariner, why are you doing me like that? Oh. Oh no. Alright, Unsettled Mariner, I found a huge downside to you. A huge downside. Wow. Did not think of that. But yeah, it does target when it says target player draws a card. Or target opponent, that is. That's really awkward that it targets. Oh yeah, they could make the sword white. That's a good point, KG. Yeah, Mariner the TKS draw was not my favorite there. Not my favorite. Let's draw something that does something next turn. Man, this is not great right now. All right. Yeah, this is really bad. I mean, it's not good, but I don't want to go to 6. And I kind of want to get this Unsettled Mariner the hell out of here, honestly, so we can find another removal spell for their Thought Knots here and actually draw a card. Because that was a beating. They returned it to their hand and put it into play. Why not just equip it on one of your guys? I don't know, I guess it just makes a new guy that way. But, yeah. Fair enough. Hey, that's a card. Is it crazy that I kind of just want to emblem? No, that's not good. We can emblem next turn, maybe. But having a 5/5 is pretty good on this board. But then they just find like one path, and then we're just fully dead. So let's get some value off the Gideon. Or are you coming at me? At Gideon. Whatever. I don't know. They're just gaining some life. I wish they were attacking me there. Stupid thing. Alright. They're probably going to kill our Mutavault. Yeah. Maybe we're just supposed to ultimate the Gideon. Like, they're just gaining more life here. And maybe we're just going to lose to the path anyway. Sword of Fire and Ice. That's pretty good. Opponent's better at drawing good cards than we are. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this game.
Hey, Kevin. Yeah, it's hot in here.
Yeah, it's like a sauna. Yeah, I think we probably should have ultimated Gideon. On that first turn. All right. Well, GG's opponent. Oops. All right, so we're 2-2 with this deck. It's after 6, which is my allotted time slot for today. But I'll be back next week, all week, for 12 to 6 action. 12 PST to 6 PST. I'll be playing some more Modern. So definitely come by again. If you want it to show you when I'm coming back, just throw me a follow, and it'll show you on the side of your screen when you log into Twitch that I'm live. But yeah, catch me weekdays 12 to 6. Thanks for hanging out today, everybody. We got to try out a new blue-white list, which we're 2-2 with right now. A little bit awkward draws there in that final match where our opponent had turn 2 TKS into turn 3 TKS. That was pretty backbreaking. Yeah, I think the numbers could be worked around quite a bit differently than this, but it was fun to try out some blue-white. The Unsettled Mariners were really good until they really weren't against opposing Thought-Knot Seers. That was really awkward. But yeah, fun day. A lot of fun Magic. Some pretty good games. Hope you enjoyed it as well. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're going to find somebody to raid. Thanks, Top Deck. I'll see you later as well. Let's see. Who we going to raid? Looks like we're gonna raid Arkin 11 ARK4N11, who's probably playing. Oh, Spider's on? Am I not following Spider? What is going on here? Oh, I gotta refresh. There's this weird thing with. Yeah, there he is. All right, definitely gonna jump on Spider Space. Thank you guys. Cool. I didn't realize Spider Space was on. The Twitch thing, like, it doesn't refresh, so I gotta always remember to refresh it. But have fun with Spider Space, y'all. He's a champion, so definitely show him some love. Check out whatever he's doing. I'm gonna do the same, actually. But thanks for the stream again, everybody. Thanks for hanging. Always a pleasure. See you next week. Rating Spider Space. He's got a handsome face, so you should check him out and maybe give him a shout out.